Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you spent some time with us on an Overreaction Monday. It's Chip and it's Zay holding it down for you right here on the Midday on Texas Sports Unfiltered on December 15th in the year of our Lord 2025. Zay, we are 10 days until Christmas. Are you ready?
Yeah, what do they say? It's the most wonderful time of the year. So, hell yeah, I'm ready. Feeling good, man. Feeling great. Chip, how are you?
Well, I don't know if you can see the sweat pouring off of me. I just went out and tried to get some shopping done. I needed to pick up some stuff, but I figured while I'm out, okay, it's already a madhouse out there. Like normally the only time I was just like at, Target and Costco and HEB, but the only time you can get anything done in Austin is like 10 a.m. That's typically when the traffic is low. People have gotten to work. It's nuts out there. So good luck, everybody. Plan ahead. Hope you're able to, maybe order some stuff for delivery.
You can't be a procrastinator when it comes to holiday shopping. That's where they get you. I understand, last minute. Oh, I forgot cousin Johnny needed something. He'll be with us this year. Let's go get him, a plunger. I don't know what we get for Christmas. My wife does.
Johnny a plunger. He needs it.
He needs it. His toilet been clogged up. He's been needing it for a while. See, I don't know nothing about Christmas shopping. My wife, she do all that for me.
That's good. So she even buys her own presents from you?
Oh, no, you got to worry about that. That's different.
Oh.
But as far as everybody else,
yeah.
I asked mom and dad, hey, what y'all want? What y'all like? They give me we don't need anything. We get something for them anyway. It's just, it's very consistent each and every Christmas. But, yeah, let wifey handle that. And I do my own thing. Hold on. This can't be breaking news already.
Yeah. It is breaking news. My man Eric Henry put something out about Leanga Lafa not being at practice, that his locker was cleared out, and then everybody jumped in, and sure enough, Leanga Lafa, it appears, is set to hit the transfer portal. He's got a couple of suitors coming hard for him, and I guess they're willing to offer more than what is in the Texas budget, which I don't know. That's a tough one. That's a tough one because Lafa's a program guy going into his senior year. I see that look on your face.
Yeah, I'm shocked. This is one I did not see coming, man. Like, you're the man next year. Ant Hill's gone. You're that guy. This is what you've been waiting on. You just said it, program guy. I get Jeff Choate left, but it seemed like the Johnny Nansen Polynesian thing, we haven't done this in a while, but what happened to that? Polynesian whisperer. Ain't that what Leanga Lafa is? No disrespect. I'm just trying to figure it out here, trying to get my facts correct. Wow, this is shocking.
Yeah, this is a blow. So right now for your Cheez-It Citrus Bowl, unless you move Brad Spence, which you could, you'd have Ty Anthony Smith and Elijah Bo Barnes. Maybe Marshall Landwehr, who's a good player, got a scholarship after being a walk-on, to get you through the bowl game. But yeah, this is a more significant is a more significant blow to the roster, and one that I don't think the coaches anticipated. So he would.
Yeah, like, were they shocked in the exit meeting? Like, did he come in there like, I'm leaving? And they were like, what the hell? Where'd this come from? Like, how bad did that exit meeting go? What's his major? Is there not like anything, hey, we know your major is, let's say, Macomb's Business School. Connections, put them in with people to where if that NFL career doesn't last, we know the stats on that, 3 and out, most likely. If you're lucky, you got 3 years and then you're out the league. If you can make it that second contract, bless you. Congratulations. That's a big deal. But man, you would think that, and I don't know how hard they fought for him. I don't know, because you're saying there were suitors out there, and I don't know what Leanga Lafa's situation is. You know, maybe he got Uncle Elroy he got to take care of. Cousin Johnny he got to take care of. I don't know. Speculation. Yeah, that all day. But
his family, you know, is still out in Hawaii. They are, you know, they're not well off. Hardworking family. And, you know, he was courted pretty seriously by USC and Oregon coming out of high school. Those programs are obviously a lot closer to home for him. So we'll see. This is obviously breaking. It broke right before we came on the air. Yeah. Eric's had it all morning. Like I said, he put out, you know, the fact that his locker was cleared out. He wasn't at practice, and then everybody jumped in. So, yeah, this is a wowzer and, you know, this is that time of year where everything's moving 100 miles an hour. DJ Lagway announced he's going into the portal. If you're John Summerall at Florida, man, you better hang on tight.
Our guy Chris Hummer said that exit meeting went horrible with John Summerall. Well, shout out to John Summerall. He's one of my favorite guys now because he gave back $100,000 to Tulane to help their NIL fund with the money that he's getting at Florida. That is a perfect way to go out. That's a perfect, and you're coaching them and all that. He is doing that the right way. But yeah, DJ Lagway, you know, DJ Lagway was asking for more paper, more freedom. And you got to put your foot down if you John Summerall. Hey, man, we're going to do things different. I ain't Billy Napier. Where he at right now? I ain't him. James
well,
Madison,
some of the
he is, but
some of the schools mentioned for DJ Lagway: Miami, Baylor, LSU.
Yo, man, John called Baylor.
Yeah, yeah. It's from Willis, Texas.
Yeah, John's been calling Baylor for months for DJ Lagway. He was hoping that whole thing went wrong.
Yeah. Well, and I saw where Lane Kiffin was retweeting that Lagway was going into the portal. So, you know, messy Lane.
Yeah, messy Lane, which I feel him.
Yeah, man. He's not hiding his intentions.
Yeah, that's only a 2.5 hour drive. Willis, Texas, Baton Rouge. Yeah, that ain't nothing. Kinfolk can be there and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and the other, I mean, it's amazing. Fans, I love fans, and I love our message board at Horns 24/7 because, like, Arch Manning started following Jaden Baugh, and Jaden Baugh started following Arch Manning over the weekend. And so now everyone's like, hey, what can we glean from this? So now everybody's like on pins and needles, hoping that Jaden Baugh, you know, might be following his old running backs coach, Jabbar Juluke, to Texas. We shall see. Portal opens on January 2nd, but it's not keeping guys from announcing their intentions to enter the portal.
Yeah, we didn't talk about Derrick Williams much last week either. That one hurts. I can't say I'm as surprised with that one as I am the Leanga Lafa. But damn, Derrick Williams, go back to 2023. That dude was a difference maker. Hell, in 2024, he was a difference maker up until his knee injury. He was making plays. Him and Andrew Makuba, they were splitting reps. It wasn't like Andrew Makuba just stole the job. Like Andrew Makuba, due to the injury that Derrick Williams got in 24, that's how he started, to solidify himself as the guy. But Derrick Williams had so much upside, man. And then this year, you just didn't see it. Whether it was, the new coaches coming in, Dwayne Aquino, Mark Orfe, Terrence Joseph left, Blake Gideon left. Those are the guys that recruited you, that you came in to be with. So we all know who knows how that went. CJ Baxter, Jared Gibson with Chad Scott, for example. But yeah, like you would think Derrick Williams, he couldn't find that same just momentum that he had as freshman and began the sophomore year. And then I thought, okay, cool. Had a horrible knee injury. Just like most players, they need a whole year to get back from it and to actually be right and feel comfortable. Hell, Rory Harmon is a prime example of that. She looks completely different this year than she did last year, where she was just getting over her ACL injury. So Derrick Williams, same thing. And now we won't be able to see that because my man's in the portal, which is tough. That's a tough one, man. But we wish him the best.
Yeah. Yeah, Derrick Williams. His situation reminds me a little bit of Jalen Catalan's situation, where Catalan got hurt, came back, and Michael Taft had sort of moved up into, that starting role, and Catalan was like, well, F it, I'm out of here. You're seeing Xavier Filsaime start to move up. But there was look, I know Texas is trying to hang on to Jelani McDonald. But if Derrick Williams saw or felt that the coaches were leaning toward Jelani McDonald and Xavier Filsaime as the starting safeties for 2026, then Derrick Williams is going to go try and get himself a starting position somewhere, to try to live the dream, live his dream. And who can blame him? I mean, we've seen guys move on and get an opportunity and make the most of it. Look at Fernando Mendoza, for crying out loud.
He redeemed himself for me, Chip. That weird ass speech after the Big Ten championship, his speech at the Heisman, he redeemed himself. He needed to. That was a lot better for Nendo. And I get it. The emotions are high. You beat Ohio State. You were the underdog. The emotions were through the roof. He was composed. He was speaking in Espanol, had mama crying, speaking to the grandparents that don't know.
Yeah, he's Cubano.
Yeah. I love this.
First Cuban-American.
Rose crying and stuff. Meanwhile, Pavia, the opposite of that, saying F the voters. That's you, Chip. He talking to you.
Hey, man, I put him on my ballot.
So he ain't talking about you?
I had Fernando number 1.
Oh, he talking about you.
I had Diego number 2. And I had Gunnar Stockton number 3. Yeah, so Diego was saying F you to me. But then he apologized.
He apologized. Do you take the apology?
I just wish him the best of luck.
What do you mean?
It's not about me.
Kinda.
I know he's mad. He can say whatever he wants about me.
It kind of is about you.
I just don't want him to cost himself money.
I knew you were gonna say that.
You know me. I'm trying to look out for my guys' pockets.
Cost of money and where? Canada?
I mean, he could be an endorsement guy. Remember Johnny Football had Snickers commercials?
He's gonna be on them progressive backup quarterback commercials.
Okay. That's fine.
That's the best he's gonna do.
I don't want him to lose out on the progressive auto commercials. I just want him to, get what he can get. He deserves it. He worked his butt off. He transformed a program, turned him into a 10-win program. Vanderbilt used to be seen as the the gum on the bottom of your shoe. Yeah, I don't want him to lose that. Actually, he's probably making himself some money.
He's making money.
Making money in the WWE.
Straight up. Oh, that's funny. Yo, look how small he is.
I know.
They lying about 6 foot. He's a good 5'9" on a good day. He's a good 5'9". Yeah, he was wilding the whole weekend. He knew he wasn't going to win. Why didn't anybody let him know? He has a bad camp. Too many yes men around him. He's going to have to, nip that down because somebody needed to tell him, hey, man, whatever happens tonight, you're a winner. Don't get too crazy. Like, understand that Fernando, even though the stats aren't crazy, you got to go with the guy that underdog. Indiana's never been here before. Kurt Signetti, they're number one in the nation. You ain't going to win it. Somebody should have just been straight up with him. You ain't going to win it. You have no shot. To avoid all this, because this could have been avoided. Just go in there and have a good time. Everything, like, have fun. Hang out with people. Shake hands. Like, network a little bit. Just put on a smiley face because
you're echoing what I'm saying.
I am because that was sad and that was a shame. You know me, I like Diego Pavia. I really do. He earned a lot of respect for me this year, but he went back to that old Johnny Manziel peeing on the opposing teams, logo on the field.
New Mexico Military Institute.
Yeah, I thought we were past that. And I'm mad as hell. Mama wasn't there. I didn't see her once.
Yeah, I didn't see her.
Did you see her?
I didn't see her.
Because she knew. She knew. What was the point? What was the point of going to see my son lose? She should have been there. But, yeah, she didn't go.
Maybe she found a hot date.
That mean, man.
I don't know. You're always, checked up on her.
That's easy for her because, man, what a woman. But yeah, I come on, Diego. We got to be better. But shout out to Fernando Mendoza.
If you're just tuning in, lots of overreaction Monday nuggets. Leanga Lafa. It appears to be headed for the transfer portal, and that was not one that Texas was expecting. So, good for Leanga Lafa if he's getting a big old offer somewhere, and that's good for him. If it's better to be closer to home, Hawaii, I don't know.
It better not be BYU. I'm gonna be hot. That seems like BYU all over it. They love them Polynesian brothers. They love them dudes. Keani Sitaki, like, it's easy. That's easy. And they just throwing money around. Mormon Wives is blowing up. Utah's hot right now. I just watched AJ DeBanza drop 28.
Yeah, I saw AJ. He's looking pretty good.
Yeah, man. BYU Provo is popping right now.
Well, we'll see. And we'll see what where Leanga Lafa ends up. And yeah, people are speculating, what does this mean about Johnny Nansen? Well, I haven't heard anything about Johnny Nansen at this point, but hell, if the Poly Whisperers losing Polynesians, if this is gone,
that's tough. That's tough to have that name.
I guess we gotta check everything out. We gotta run all the channels. Hey, OLIPOP, not only to Fernando Mendoza, your Heisman Trophy winner, but to Michael Taft for winning the Warfel Trophy, the highest, most highly regarded college football trophy for community service, athletic and academic excellence. Sam Acho won that award in 2010. So OLIPOP to Michael Taft, and OLIPOP to the Texas women's basketball team. They beat Baylor worse than they've beaten them in 25 years. They beat them, 89-54? And Baylor led early. They led, 9-4. And Jordan Lee, man. A couple of steals. Taya Sidbury with a steal. Next thing you know, it's Jordan Lee's getting out on the fast break. It leads to a 16-0 run in the first quarter, and Texas never looked back. I don't think Baylor got closer than 14 in the final three quarters. So Texas women have wins over top 13 teams in 4 of their last 7 games, with the wins over UCLA, South Carolina, North Carolina, and now Baylor. And this was in the Sprouts Farmers Market ESPN W Invitational and Dickies Arena in Fort Worth, and the players got NIL money for playing in this game. So good for them. Roy Harmon was silently amazing in this game. Like, her defense was central. She was contributing to the pressure that led to 30 turnovers by Baylor. 30. Texas won the points off turnovers 42-2. That's unbelievable. So, man, OLIPOP. And breaking news. Looks like Ashton Judd will play limited minutes on Wednesday night.
Yes.
And we'll probably not see Brianna Preston or Aaliyah Crump until after Christmas.
It's all right. That's all right.
I mean, think about it. They've been out during all these top 13 wins.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, Judd's been out all year. Crump has been out 7 games, and Bree has been out 8 games.
Yeah. And there's zero pressure on them because they're winning without them. So however long they need to get acclimated back into the game and what Vic Schaefer needs from them, hey, take your time, because Book's good, Madison Booker, Jordan Lee's good.
Madison Booker, follows up a triple-double, 5th player in Texas women's basketball history to record a triple-double in that win over UT Rio Grande Valley on Wednesday. She follows that up with 27 points against Baylor. 5 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 steals. Madison Booker is on fire.
The game's so easy for her. Like, she's not really, it looks like she's not playing hard, but she's playing hard as hell. But she just glides out there. She's always in the right spot. She's more athletic than anybody on the court. She can get her shot off on anybody. And now she's not settling. She had 2 left-hand finishes on the right side yesterday that were as skilled as you're going to see in college basketball. Just getting to her spots at will, defense in the offense. I know Vic Schaefer does this God bless Hook'em Horns thing, and we know he's a wonderful man, beautiful man. Vic Schaefer is a killer.
Praise the Lord, Hook'em Horns.
Praise the Lord, Hook'em Horns. He is sending a message to everyone in college basketball. Everyone. Because he could lay off a little bit. When they go up 20, they don't have to keep playing full court man, denying the ball. He doesn't do that. It's the 4th quarter of like 3 minutes to go. They're still playing full court, intense, man-to-man D. And if you're the opposing team, you're like, man, let's just get this game over with. Like Baylor, they were so deflated, and they did lose their best player yesterday pretty early. What's her name? Scott. She averaged just like 23 a game. She could ball. She rolled her ankle early, and when something like that happens to your best player and you're playing a team like Texas, it could go off the rails really fast, and that's exactly what happened. But again, the intensity that this team plays with constantly, like Justice Carlton had 4 steals. Now Brad Cunningham is starting to figure out, okay, I know what Vic Schaefer needs from me. I know the style and intensity that I have to play with every game. I'm good now. It took her a little bit, but she's figured it out. Same with Taya Sidbury. Taya Sidbury had a nasty fake pass Euro step for a layup off of a steal that, man, if your 5th, 6th player is doing things like that, your team's deep. This team is deep. And now Ashton Judd, hurt, coming back, might be the best 3-point shooter on this team. And that says a lot with Jordan Lee being on the squad and Madison Booker. If she can find the flow, look out. Telling you, this national championship or bust. And I saw CB say, why is Texas not number 1 over UConn? UConn, they got a tough schedule too. They won the national championship last year too. Texas won't be able to override them unless if UConn loses. If UConn continues to win, they're going to stay at number 1. Especially since Gino is the coach of that team, but they're going to stay at number 1. He's earned that. They've earned that as being that blue blood. And I'm sure Vic Schaefer, they're perfectly fine being number 2.
Hey.
Number 1, you got that bullseye on your back. You don't need that.
Nowhere to go but down.
Yeah, let them have it. Let them have it. You still got LSU and South Carolina to play. Aaliyah Chavez been balling for Oklahoma, their top 10 team. You got to play them in the SEC schedule. So there's a lot of basketball to play. Let's get these girls healthy and continue to hoop. But way better game than what Texas men's basketball showed on Friday against UConn.
Yeah. We'll get to that in just a second because I saw a comment saying hope the Texas women's basketball team is not on the same narrative as the women's volleyball team. Listen, the women's volleyball team, they ran into a buzzsaw. Wisconsin, a team that Texas volleyball beat 3-0 back in August up in Madison. They got incredible production from their stud, Mimi Collier, who only had 14 kills and 10 errors in their first meeting. And then last night she had 23 kills and 6 errors. She got what she wanted. Wisconsin has a 6'7" middle blocker who they assigned to Tori Stafford. They had 3 defenders on Tori Stafford to just take her out of the game and force Kari Spears and freshman Abby Vanderwall to step up. And they did, but it took too long. And man, Wisconsin shares the ball. They were the better team. So, on a day where Texas A&M knocked off undefeated Nebraska, everybody had Nebraska winning the national championship, undefeated, playing at home in Lincoln, and A&M goes in there and takes them down. So now A&M will play Pitt, I believe, for on Thursday in the Final Four in Kansas City, and Wisconsin will play Kentucky. And Texas had played Kentucky twice this year, lost to them twice. But that was a great run. They destroyed Indiana. And their best players, Tori Stafford will be back. Kari Spears is back. Abby Vanderwall is back. They lose Emma Halter, their stud libero who, dives around, saves balls, from hitting the deck. But I thought it was a good season. Nothing to be ashamed of. Wisconsin. That Mimi Collier was at Oregon last year, and she's a National Player of the Year contender. She's a stud. Yeah, Swagoo. He was there. The men's swim team was there. Every time the women got going, the men's swim team would strip down to their Speedos. Kind of a cool tradition there at Gregory. So, yeah, that was it was a good season. It was a good season.
And, that's what Coach Elliott has established for Texas volleyball. Any year you don't win a national championship is a disappointment. And that's what Chris Del Conte wants for all the programs. And as good as they were, it just wasn't good enough to get to the Final Four. And even though they had a good squad and they're young and stuff, you just got to keep on scrapping. And shout out to Wisconsin. They're a blue blood too. Like, they're always in the midst of a national championship too. And when they don't win one, they have that same feeling like, damn, this was a lost season. So, yeah, it just sucks that here we are. A&M is advancing and Texas isn't. Just like in football. Like, that sucks.
That was crazy. I mean, good. Wow. Yeah. Kudos to A&M. A&M beat Texas 3-2 earlier in this season. A&M's for real. I mean, obviously, they just beat the unbeatable.
Nebraska's too cocky. Like, I've been seeing their clips around social media about how, they couldn't wait to play Texas in the national championship game. It's like, ladies, you better handle your business first, because Texas beat them in the Natty a few years ago. Like, you got to handle your business first. You cannot look ahead in anything. Like, I get it. That's very easy to do. And, you got to have confidence to be successful in any sport, but you also got to be humble, too, and respect your opponent, because they got confidence, too. So, that little light-skinned girl that was crying her ass off for Nebraska, you feel for her, but there's also videos around her just dogging Texas, like not even saying Texas's name, saying, we want that team. That's all we think about. This, that, and the third.
Like, well, OLIPOP to Kari Spears, the Texas women's volleyball team, Elite Eight. It's not a national championship, but I didn't think this team was quite ready yet, and they need to find a girl like Carter Booth. I mean, that 6'7" girl for Wisconsin, she was all over Tori Stafford, and having that kind of length in the middle block, that's gonna look. Wisconsin's gonna be tough for Kentucky. That's gonna be a really good matchup. But OLIPOP to Kari Spears, Abby Vanderwall, the Texas women's volleyball team on a
Emma Halter, man, legend.
Emma Halter. Everyone's gonna miss Emma Halter. She was on the 22 and 23 national championship teams.
Two-time champ, legend.
Come on, man. All right, so Dave actually says, what does that make the over-under for the portal players needed for Texas football? 3 to 4 offensive linemen, 1 to 2 running backs, 1 to 2 defensive secondary, 1 speed slot receiver, 1 to 2 linebackers. Yeah, that's about right. Probably 1 defensive tackle, because you're losing Travis Shaw and Cole Brevard. So, I think Josiah Sharma moves up just as Terry moves up. But you don't want to put it all on those guys. You want them into the rotation. You don't want to, you're hoping you have Hero Canoe back. Not quite sure yet. But yeah, I think you'll see a receiver for sure. Keep an eye on Nick Marsh out of Michigan State, 6'3", kind of looks and plays a lot like Cam Coleman at Auburn. Everybody wants these guys, so we'll see what that looks like in terms of budget. But yeah, you needed a linebacker to replace Anthony Hill, and now if Leanga Lafa's out the door, you definitely are going to have to go to the portal for 2 frontline guys. And for sure, a running back, at least 1. And you're going to need interior offensive linemen if you're able to hang on to Trevor Gooseby and Brandon Baker. You're trying to hang on to Connor Robertson, but Connor Robertson wants to know what all are you bringing in? Because am I wasting my time?
Connor Robinson wasn't great enough for him to be the guy that said, okay, we're good at center. Like, nah, if there's somebody better than Connor Robinson, sorry, buddy, but That's the game.
Yeah, and
he played hard.
he
Tried,
He may say, I'm good. I got my degree from Texas. Maybe now I go see what else is out there.
Yeah.
But
and let's keep it the buck too. It's like Leanga Lafa, you wanted him back because he's one of the OG guys, and you expected him to make a big jump that he did not make this year, which I expected him to make that jump from sophomore year to junior year. It didn't happen, but whatever. He ain't Junior Seau. So this ain't the biggest loss. It's just a shocking loss because you just thought he'd be a part of the grind still. And he'd be one of those guys that would start here and finish here. So I do think there's better linebackers out there, but again, it's just shocking.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see. Is Lexi's son still dating Mo Bamba? Remember that? Lexi's son from the women's volleyball team.
That's a throwback.
She was dating Mo Bamba when she was here.
I don't think so.
Yeah, probably not. So, yeah, okay. Well, listen. My Lions are toast. The Cowboys, what the hell was that? You had the Minnesota Vikings in your building. Of course, I picked the Cowboys. Like
yeah,
I'm an idiot. Of course, I picked the Jacksonville Jaguars, and they are rolling.
They rolling. Yo, Trevor Lawrence, man. He looked good.
5 TDs passing, 1 rushing.
I can't even front. Hair flowing in the wind.
The last quarterback to throw for 5 TDs and run for 1 was Drew Brees with the New Orleans Saints way back. So that was something else. And the Houston Texans looking good, baby.
Yeah, that was Cardinals, no problem.
Light work.
They needed that game. They needed to see their offense get in the end zone. Even though the Cardinals give that offense some confidence, because that defense, they're going to be ready to ride every Sunday. And it was cold as hell throughout the NFL yesterday. Everything was in the teens or in the single digits. Now, who's a real man? December, January come around. Who's a real man? Who could take that, frigid air and still go out and produce?
Well, let me tell you who didn't produce. Patrick Mahomes, ACL.
Damn. Wow.
Devontae Adams, hammy.
Yeah, that's not
Micah Parsons. Yeah, yesterday was a rough day, man. Like a lot of playoff. Well, Mahomes and the Chiefs weren't going to get there. But Micah Parsons and the Bears keep winning? What in the hell?
That fourth
now I have to cheer for the Bears. They're playing against the Packers. I need the Packers to collapse and the Lions to somehow scratch and claw their way in the back door, because what did John Brown tell us? The Lions would have to score 40 to beat the Rams. They would have had to score 42. And the Lions were doing it. The defense couldn't do a thing with Puka Nacua and Matt Stafford and that aerial attack. That Lions defense in the secondary is just atrocious. I mean, they're out there trying. That dude, Reed, number 4, he was getting worked because Stafford was throwing lasers. The Rams looked good. How about your boy, Phillip Rivers? You called it. You said, give me the Colts plus 13.5.
Yeah.
And Phillip Rivers, old man Rivers, he may have tripped over the midfield logo at one point, but
yeah,
he was moving the ball.
Yeah, he wobbling out there. That's for sure. Like that dude, talk about husky. He's put on a lot of LBs, but the arm, that release,
that little,
it still gets where it needs to go.
Hey, I mean, he kind of did his job. Like he led them to the go-ahead field goal, and then the Colts defense couldn't keep Seattle from going and kicking the game winner.
Shane Steichen's game management at the end was awful. It was bad. It was bad how he managed the game. And Mike McDonald, he was way better at managing the game. And yeah, when you kick a field goal and you have less than a minute left, you expect your defense to get a stop. But that doesn't happen. They had my man Phillip crying there on the podium. He gave his heart for the team. Everything. All he wanted was the dub. Letting his boys know that he coaches. Hey, if coach could go do it, why not you? Whatever high school he coaches at, they got to win state next year. Just for motivation alone. They have no choice. How can you not be inspired by my man Phillip Rivers and what he did?
Well, they're still kicking around, trying to figure it out.
Yeah, they're done. Carly Ursay, you need to go up and to the coaching staff and let them know ain't no way Anthony Richardson's starting this week. Hell no. Hell no.
Anthony Richardson?
He's supposed to be back, Chip. He's supposed to be healthy. That's an easy choice. You go with Phillip. I don't give a damn how old he is.
What happened to Riley Leonard?
Nah, he ain't ready.
He ain't ready?
Nah, he ain't ready.
He ain't ready?
Yeah, he ain't ready. You go with Phillip. Don't be stupid. Don't lose your team, Shane Steichen and everybody involved. Carly Ursay, you're going to have to put that heel down. You're going to have to put them Louis Vuittons down and let them know you ain't having it. Because you're going to have exit meetings when the season's over with. You don't want this on your resume, Shane Steichen. We had playoff aspirations. We still had a chance. You start Anthony Richardson over Phillip Rivers. You saw the way those guys were rallying around Phillip yesterday. Don't bring Anthony Richardson back and mess that up. And he's rusty? Nah.
You are way too invested in the Indianapolis Colts.
How could you not be? This is
Easy.
the best show. This is the best show in the league. By
best
far.
Show in the league.
Yes.
The best show in the league is the freaking Chicago Bears, for God's sake.
Yeah,
what is going on? I mean,
look who they're playing. What do you mean?
I know, but then they beat good teams. They beat the Eagles. They beat. I don't know what the hell's going on, but Ben Johnson is between Ben Johnson and Mike Vrabel for Coach of the Year.
Yeah,
it's a 2-man race,
and both teams are very synonymous with one another. Fourth place schedules.
Yeah.
Like somebody has to be good. Somebody has to capitalize on it. Both guys got good coaches. And Caleb Williams, shout out to him. Solid sophomore year. Like the dude, it was about 5 degrees down there. Chicago. He was still zipping that thing around.
He said, I can make any throw.
I feel him. Painted nails and all. Zipping that thing around.
Hey, the Bears are finally in the plus points differential. They were winning all these games and getting outscored. Now they're finally plus 27. Amazing. The Lions are plus 83 in points differential, and they're 8-6 and probably out of the playoffs because the NFC West is going crazy. You got 11-3 LA Rams, 11-3 Seattle Seahawks, and 10-4 49ers.
Yo, watch out for San Francisco. Brock Purdy, he acting different. This ain't the same Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy doing the Dougie and stuff, dancing, having a good time. He had a run yesterday, Chip, and he's about to run out of the bounds. He puts the ball in front of the defender's face to taunt him a little bit. And then he apologized afterwards because he knew he was wilding because, that's not Brock Purdy. But is it? It might be. Like, I think that injury changed him. I really do. He's playing with a lot more swagger. And Kyle Shanahan and the rest of the 49ers, they are rolling with it. I would not want to play San Fran right now. Everybody's healthy at the right time. and they finding that groove. And no one's really talking about them either, which I'm sure they love that.
No one's talking about Jacksonville either. Jacksonville's 10-4.
Good spot.
They've won 5 in a row. Texans have won 6 in a row. They're 9-5. But then you got like these dregs divisions, like the AFC North, where Pittsburgh's going to play the Dolphins tonight. You got that as one of your picks. By the way, you're 2-1 in your picks. You had Indy, which was a winner. You had Buffalo over the Patriots, which was a winner.
That a boy.
Kansas City, that was a loser. But I had Denver, that was a winner. The Cowboys, that was a loser. Carolina was a loser, and Jacksonville was a winner. So I went 2-2. You still have a chance to go 3-1. You have the Steelers tonight against the Dolphins.
Yeah, I expect Pittsburgh to handle their business. Mike Tomlin, 9-8 every year. Limp into the playoffs, lose first round, come back for your 20th year. Like nothing happened. Like nothing happened. The Carolina Saints game, come on, man. Carolina, they were in perfect position to win it. Tyler Shuck running the ball. He's sliding. Let him slide. Watch him slide. Just watch him. All you got to do is put your head down. He slides. The ref blows the whistle. You ain't even got to touch him. You ain't even got to touch him. They protect the quarterback. But no, we're in the NFL. Somehow we don't know the rules. Let's dive at him. Let's dive in clutch time. Let's dive at Tyler Shuck of all people. It'd be different if it was Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen.
Right. Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson, exactly. You catching my drift, Chip. That's why this show works, because you feel me. It's Tyler Shuck. I have no respect for Tyler Shuck. No offense, Tyler, who's playing decent football right now, but he has to earn that. I ain't diving at you, Tyler. I'm not afraid of your legs if I'm an NFL defender. I'm not going to dive at you. And that's just a lot of energy. But no, homeboy dives at him. Laundry comes out. 15 extra yards, field goal position, ball game. Just like
ball
that.
Game.
Just like
2
that.
seconds left.
Yeah, whoever dove at him, you know who you are. I don't know your name because I ain't going to dog you like that. If somebody on the text line wants to put his name up, I will highly appreciate that. But it's on you, bro. If the Panthers don't make the playoffs, everybody's going to think about that play. That's sports. But you got to be smarter than that. Too many people are putting in too much time to try to get wins each and every Sunday. Like everybody's trying to save their jobs. Everybody's just trying to stay afloat and have a job. Carolina has not had much success over the last few years. Jake Delhomme, Steve Smith, they ain't walking through that door anytime soon. So it sucks to see a team that has been overachieving and have one player, which I'm one of those where one play doesn't define a whole game. But within 2 minutes left, you got to be as locked in as ever because everyone remembers the last 2 minutes, no matter what sport it is.
That was on Ransom.
Isn't
that the Ohio State rookie?
Oh, you're a rookie too. See, and that's you a rookie. All you trying to do is prove that you're playing hard. I'm playing hard, coach. I'm giving everything I got. I want more reps. So in that sense, I can't blame the dude for trying, but you got to be smart. You got to understand the situation. It's Tyler Shuck. and Tyler Shuck, he sold the hell out of it because it wasn't that bad of a hit. I've seen a lot worse. Tyler Shuck, he got hit. He put his hands up, and then he rolled over and started flopping around like a fish out of water, like he's just concussed, and the CTE already hitting him and stuff. And it's like, hey, I would have sold it too. You got to make it believable. Let's get that laundry out. 15-plus yards, ball game.
Look at this. Dave Ashley says, Bamba, since 2018, has been dating Ibby Fisher, college basketball player from Shanghai, China, in a long-distance relationship. Damn. He's coming after you, Zay. That's some TMZ type information.
Yo, Dave, I appreciate it, man. Like, I don't know where you found that. Long distance is crazy. Some people make it work. She has a lot of trust in old Mo, though. And Mo could be a good man. Mo could be very loyal, very trustworthy. Every time they walk into that lobby and them girls are running around, but when you got a song named after you, very popular song that you hear every Saturday around the nation in these beautiful stadiums, I'm sure Mo has a lot of temptation. That's all I'm saying. But I hope the relationship's working.
Coach 420 says, I had Trevor Lawrence, Kyle Pitts, James Cook, and Bijan help me win my round 1 fantasy matchup. Yeah.
That's big.
Way to go.
Yo, shout out to Bijan Robinson for getting hit for saying the homophobic slur, which he had no idea what it was. That's one of those.
Wait, what?
Thursday Night Football after the win. Somehow they started talking about that game that you play, in the neighborhood. It's called Smear the Homophobic Slur. You remember, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And Bijan just said it. Now it's Bijan, so I don't think Bijan really knows what that word means. Smear the homophobic.
Was he like talking about a childhood memory?
Yeah, I don't know why. Like, yeah, y'all remember playing those games, and then Bijan was like, "Yeah, smear the," and it was like, "Ooh," and he had to apologize. He just, again, it's Bijan Robinson. This guy is the most class act.
Oh yeah,
good guy you're ever gonna find. Like, I legitimately think he has no idea what he was talking about. Like, it was one of those like, oh my gosh, I didn't even know that's what that meant. Type of thing, Rodney, he might, yes, but I don't. It's Bijan. I really don't think he was aware at all. Like,
right? He was just thinking about the name of the game that he played as a kid.
Yeah, like it's just
not realizing. Oh, by the way, we are 20 years past that, and we're in the age of political correctness. So you just
yes.
Well, I don't know what they call it now. What do they call that game now?
Yeah, I don't know what they call it either, to be honest.
Yeah,
but shout out to Bijan though. Finally, they win.
Shout out to Bijan.
Raheem Morris still needs to be fired though. Let's fire him.
Who?
Raheem Morris. I'm tired of him. I'm over him.
You done with it?
I'm done with it. I don't want a brother to not have a job, but also I can't see Bijan's years wasted like this. Like this is, and look, the Michael Penix thing, that set him back. Like you give him the keys, he's supposed to be the man. He tears his ACL again, which, hey guys, I don't know about you, but a part of the whole draft process is looking at his health history, which sucks. His health history is one of the worst I've ever seen. Like the dude was almost 30 years old his senior year because he had to get medical redshirted so many times when he was in Indiana with Kurt Signetti. So him tearing a third ACL in his second year in the league, it's not shocking to anyone. And they go out after they pay Kirk Cousins $100 million, which was stupid then. They go out and they pick up Michael Penix, number 8 or whatever the hell he went, like in the first round, which he threw it all over Texas. Yeah, but I don't think he was all that. So yeah, Raheem Morris.
Well, he was all that in that game against Texas.
Right.
That was the best. That was one of the best performances I've ever seen live from a throwing the ball down the field standpoint, because he was hitting everything. Yeah. It drove your boy Terrence Brooks to have that look in his face.
No, he wasn't ready to play in that game.
He wasn't ready to play in that game.
He wasn't ready to play in that game. He wasn't ready.
He wasn't ready to play in that game.
No, we knew he wasn't ready.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Coach 420 wants to know what you thought of that UConn game on Friday. Texas men lost to UConn, and I mean, probably a better showing than a lot of people expected, Zay.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I keep going back and forth on how I look at that game and dissect it, because on one hand, yes, there's a lot to be happy about playing a quality team like UConn. You did a lot of things well. You gave yourself a chance. You made life hard for them. You know, you're in a tough environment and you only lose by 8. On another note, Dan Hurley is such a good basketball mind that even on a bad day, what did they want Texas to have that type of game? And what I mean by that is, look at Mathis and Dalen Swain. They were the reasons why you lose that game. They're the 2 best players for Texas, and they were awful. They just were. Dalen Swain, you can't miss those free throws, bro. And this goes back to the Arizona State game where he missed that clutch one that, you know, you could argue lost them that game. He goes 3 from 8 from the free throw line here. He only has 9 points. Same with Mathis. Both guys don't get over 10 shots. So that's what I mean by, if I'm Dan Hurley and I'm game planning for Texas, I know Swain and Mathis are their best players. So I'm going to take them out the game and say, let's let everyone beat us. And if everyone else goes for that, Trayvon Mark, it might look like he has a good game. Cool. We want that because it means Dalen Swain is taking less shots. Oh, Jordan Pope, he had a really good game. Cool. We want that because it means instead of feeding the post and getting Mathis involved and getting our bigs in foul trouble, Jordan Pope's out here shooting it. Now Mathis doesn't have a rhythm. So
And how many assists did Jordan Pope have? 1.
1 assist. And he's your point guard. So that's what I mean by it's very hard for me to look at this game. So I'm going to be.
By the way, UConn had 23 assists. Texas had 7.
It's not good.
They don't share the ball.
Yeah. And they gave up like 8 open layups and dunks and half court on defense. And it's like, how are y'all giving these easy looks up? They keep doing the same things. If you're going to overplay a team that plays a 5-out set like UConn does and has that much movement, they're going to take what you give them. Cool. You're going to guard the outside. We're going to go inside, and we're just going to cut. And the person who's setting the screen, sometimes they'll set the screen and then roll to the basket or slip, and sometimes they won't even do that. They just pick and choose based on what the defense is giving them, based on the matchups on the defense. Okay, I'm Caravan. I'm setting the screen on a smaller Simeon Wilcher. I'm 6'8", 6'9". I'm setting this pick on 6'1". I'm going to slip to the hole because regardless of what happens, if he sticks with me, I'm going to have the advantage on the inside, which is then going to make Texas overly help. And they're just going to be in the bind the whole game. They did that about 7 or 8 times, especially in the first half. And then when it gets close, it's 61-56, the solo ball, desperation 3 ball game. That's it. You're within 5 points. Caravan throws an ill-advised pass. It forces solo ball to go chase it towards half court. He grabs it, shot clock going down, throws up a 40-foot heave. Bang, Dalen Swain's face, 8-point game. They come down, get another stop. It leads to an Alex Caravan 3, 11-point game. 3 minutes to go. Just 2 of those big-time plays. You're right there. But those plays, they were killers, which makes you feel pretty good because those were well, not the Caravan three, but the solo ball three, that was so deflating. That was such a lucky shot that if that doesn't happen, where does the game go? Because Texas, they still have a shot. So I they played hard, but Swain and Mathis, they can't have those types of games. They just can't.
And Texas missed 10 layups. They missed 10 layups.
Yeah.
Like Lucina Traore misses a layup with 6:23 left that would have cut it to 5.
I'll continue to say, Chip, the power forward position is giving you nothing.
He missed 2.
Cody.
He missed another layup with 5:15 left that would have cut it to 5. I mean, he missed.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to make the layups, man. You got to make the bunnies.
He reminds me exactly of Zurich Oyema. They're identical. They're just out there getting in cardio, both of them. They both don't do much. And they both just African-looking dark brothers. They look exactly the same. They don't do much. Lucina Traore is just out there running around. Cam Heidi was awful too. He was just out there running around. Like
I'm telling you,
position is bad.
There's no chemistry whatsoever between Jordan Pope and Cam Heidi.
No.
It's like Jordan Pope is like, you're the last MFer I'm ever going to share the ball with. Like, what did Cam Heidi do to Jordan Pope? Because Jordan
Pope a better shooter. You remember that? Where they were talking about early in the season who's the best shooter? And Cam Heidi was like, I am. Jordan thinks he is, but I am. Is that it? Because you're right.
That's it. Sean Miller, get that worked out. Because Cam Heidi's just out there like, how am I going to get the ball?
He's just running around.
He's just running around because no one's looking for him. They're not running anything for him. The guy's shooting 62% from 3. Can't get a sniff.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I like Simeon Wilcher, man.
Yeah, I do too.
If he can take care of the ball, he does things that's different than anyone out there. At his size, like that dunk he had, that was pretty nasty on the break. And then he had a couple of plays where he hit, 5 points back to back. You hit a 3 and a pull-up jumper, and you're like, okay. But right now they're playing a lot of Pope and Wilcher at the same time, and they're just small, man. Like solo ball and Demery 6'5". I told you about the Mr. Indiana Mullins. I told you see the shots he was hitting. You see how smooth his game is, man. Where the hell does freaking Dan Hurley find these dudes?
Yeah, I was like, is that Chris Mullins' kid? Nope.
That's what I thought. I was like, is this like, who's this tech bro? Like, who is this kid that looks like he's going to be interning at a douchey law firm later on in his life? He's coming out here hitting pull-ups, fadeaways, threes, off the catch. That one play, like his basketball field, there was one play that was brutal. Sean Miller probably drives him nuts. They had like 3 offensive rebounds. And then on the 4th one, it goes to Mullins. He catches it off the rebound and immediately throws a dime down low for a layup. Like just crazy instincts. And that's the players that Dan Hurley recruits. Like I saw it with Cam Spencer. Cam Spencer could barely jump over a yellow book. But somehow he was one of the best players in college basketball his last year that led to a national championship, that led to him being a 6'4", 2-guard white boy. Let's keep that here, white boy that's out here in the NBA playing significant minutes for the Grizzlies. And Dan Hurley just found him going from team to team in the transfer portal and said, you know what? This guy fits what I do. He gets guys that fits. If they come in as freshmen, they develop. Like I was watching Stephon Castle playing against OKC in that Cup Final Four game. That dude is so beyond his years, man. Playing for the Spurs. The Spurs knew that. They were like, oh, he played for Dan Hurley. He's our type of guy because he gets it. If Dan Hurley just wasn't such a lunatic, I feel like that him being crazy downplays how brilliant of a basketball coach he is, which is unfortunate because people really need to see it and understand what I watch every time I watch UConn play. It is beauty. It is straight beauty. Like they didn't play well against Texas, but they still got easy shots everywhere.
Think about this. At one point in the second half, Texas was 1 of 13 shooting. And they still were in the game. I mean, that's I don't know whether to be excited about that or throw up. You know what I mean?
Like that's what I'm telling you. Like I don't know how to take this. I don't know what I took away from this game.
Right.
Like I don't this game. Like yeah, it showed me that y'all are in the game, but I don't think UConn necessarily played well. And I also think defensively they wanted what they got, which was Dalen Swain, Mathis not being involved in the offense. If everyone else beats us, we could still play bad and win that game. And that's exactly what happened for them.
Exactly what they did.
So
I mean, Texas was 7 of 23 shooting in the second half. That's 30%.
Yeah.
And UConn, shot 55% for the game. Texas shot 38%, including 30.4%, 7 of 23. But they went to the free throw line. I mean, hey, Sean Miller said we got to defend without fouling. They did that. UConn only went to the line 13 times. Texas went to the line 28.
Yeah.
And you always tell me when you shoot more than the other, or when you make more than the other team attempts, you usually win. Texas made 19 free throws, and UConn attempted 13 and made 7.
Yep.
You should have won that game, Texas.
Should have won that game. It's right there. It's right there. Yeah, and it's hard to foul UConn when every time they are at the rim, no one's around. How can I foul when I can't touch you because you're so far ahead of me at the basket?
You're playing like light years faster than I am.
The power forward position really kills me. I know I'm just beating the same old drum here. That they gotta get Traore, Heidi, that position. They have to just produce more. They have to find it. I don't know what lineups you have because everyone's just small. Like, and this goes back to the coaching. I mean, when you in the portal, like when you're going out for guys, what was your mindset on the players you needed? Because you shouldn't be in this situation, not at Texas. And I think they banked on Nick Cody being better. Bad move. Because they really tried with him. You could tell early on they've tried with Nick Cody to where they're like, nah, this guy, I don't think he's it. Like, he didn't play at all.
At all.
Against UConn.
I was like, is he hurt?
Me too. I'm like, where's he at? Zero trust. And Sean Miller talked about it. Like when he was asked a couple of weeks ago, why ain't Nick Cody playing in Maui? Why didn't Nick Cody play? It seems like he's out of the rotation. And Sean Miller was like, Nick has to work on being more consistent, being a professional, like the things that we're asking from him, just all of these things that young guys go through. He has to continue to get better, which was basically saying in a nice way, he ain't doing what we want him to. He ain't it.
Yeah.
So they didn't evaluate that right. They came in thinking Nick Cody was going to be productive. He's not, and that's completely.
Come on, though. Traore's got to be better than Onyema.
All right. I see the same guy.
I mean, Traore, he was averaging like a double-double at Long Beach.
Yeah, and then he tore his ACL. He's not the same dude.
Damn. That's not supposed to be an injury that you are not the same dude after.
I agree, but also, even though his knee might be all right, up here, where's he at? Because if he's thinking about every time I go up and I come down, this could be it. How can you focus on your assignment? That's terrible. Yeah, that's horrible. But
horrible.
PTSD is a real thing. So how much do you trust your knee mentally? And I
played,
don't know if that's affecting him. I'm assuming here, but what I see on the court is just not enough.
Traore played 24 minutes against UConn. He was 0 for 4 shooting, and 2 of them were layups. At least 2 were layups. They might have been all layups. 1 of 2 from the foul line, 7 boards, and 1 block, 3 steals. Okay. So at least he's doing some other stuff.
Yeah. And also, and this is not good. If they're going to play Mathis and Traore at the same time, which we saw a lot of that against UConn because they're figuring out power forward position, we're weak. So let's play the 2 centers at the same time and see what we could do with that. Guys like Dalen Swain that want to get in the paint, it's going to be a lot more difficult because that paint is clogged as hell because you got 2 7-footers that can't shoot the 3 in there. And if one of them goes to the outside, it's still clogged because whoever their defender is, they're not going to go with them. Why would they? They want Traore to shoot the 3. They want Mathis to shoot the 3. So if one of them goes out to try to make more spacing, that defender is just going to come in and help. And now when Dalen Swain drives, that's who he's going to run into. So to his defense, there weren't many driving lanes like normal because the 2 bigs were down there and it just clogged it all up.
On paper, you should be able to play Cam Heide at the 4 and force his man to go out with him. But you got to feed that guy so that he hits a 3 to draw the defense.
Correct.
You've got to look for him. You've got to set him up to be successful. Jordan Pope looks at Cam Heide like, you stole my girlfriend. I'm never looking at you ever. As long as we live. I'm kidding, of course. But something's wrong. Like something's flat broken there because Jordan Pope goes dribbling in, kind of checks for his own shot, and then, okay, let me throw it over here to anyone but Cam Heide.
Yeah. And to Jordan Pope's defense, Cam Heide is such a bad ball handler. He has no chance of getting the shot off on his own.
I know, but Cam Heide just needs to find his space along the arc, depending on where Pope is to move.
I agree.
Get a passing lane and then hit that 3.
Yeah, I agree. On paper, that's exactly how it should be. Like, that's exactly what Sean Miller probably is envisioning. Like,
because you just said it. Cam Heide can't dribble. He can't. He's not going to move with the ball. He's completely dependent on ball movement.
Right.
He's completely dependent on the point guard swinging the ball, quick passes around the perimeter and find Heide so he can hit that bucket and force that defender to come out. But now they look at the scouting report, they see Jordan Pope never looks for this guy. This guy's hitting 62% from 3. They don't even pass him the ball.
Yeah.
So you can sag in on Mathis. You don't need to go out with Cam Heide.
Right.
It's pathetic.
Yeah. It is a domino effect that way, which is it's brutal. Jordan Pope isn't a point guard. To his defense, Sean Miller is playing him in a position that he has no choice but to play him, but that's not what he wants to do. He wants to look for his shot, and then everything else comes in second. Like Jordan Pope's number 1 option, shoot. Number 2 option, shoot again. Number 3, then getting everybody involved. Ideally, it should be, let's get everybody involved, then look for my shot, like what a real point guard's supposed to do, but Jordan Pope ain't a real point guard. So many players are playing out of position. I appreciate Sean Miller. Like I heard on one of the videos that they put out on the Texas basketball Twitter, social media accounts, they are praising Trayvon Mark and talking about his defense. And Sean Miller in that video is talking about putting in Trayvon Mark in more promising situations, which is the mid-range jumper. That's good coaching because Trayvon Mark is more of a mid-range jumper guy. You don't want to give him the analytics rules, which is if you're not shooting the three, get to the hole. That's when he's going to spiral and not play good basketball because that's just not his game. So you got to play to what he does well, and that's let him shoot some mid-range jumpers, even though the game's getting away from that. With that being said, it's not good. Those aren't great shots for a reason. There's a reason why the analytics are telling you to get to the rim and shoot the three. And your best players have those green lights. I like Tremont Mark, but he's not one of the best players. He's a role player. So if you're giving your role players green light treatment, that tells me everything I need to know about your team. Your team's not good enough. Your team's not good enough. Because he shouldn't have to do that for Tremont Mark. But Sean Miller, he's a good coach. He has to squeeze everything he can out of that sponge. And if that means Tremont Mark, just to have him play with some confidence and be a better two-way player, if he can have the green light to do anything, then, hey, you got to do that. But that's desperation times, and that's because their personnel is just not good enough. They played hard on Friday. They're just not good enough to compete with these quad one teams, and that's why they haven't won any quad one games. NC State, I guess that's quad one. We'll count that, but let's see if that's quad one at the end of the year.
So, real quick, and then we'll get back into some football. This is a bubble team at the best, at the most.
Yeah.
This is a bubble team. This is going to be a replay of last year, coming down to last four in, first four out, unless Jordan Pope starts realizing, you know what, I can help my whole team out here if I set up our four-man for some three balls so that we draw the defense and create some space for Swain and Matis. And
yeah, I mean, to be fair, if Matt Painter can't find Cam Heidi's shots, that says a lot too. Like, this is Matt Painter. He runs some good stuff. Has had some really good players. Cam Heidi, it wasn't like he was lighting the world up.
Yeah, but he was a rotational guy. Yeah. Like, he didn't even start at Purdue. He came in off the bench, and he's always been able to shoot. We know that.
Yeah, but I feel like Matt Painter would have found a more, promising role for him if he was capable. Like, I believe in what Matt Painter does. This dude's got to national championship.
Well, this is exactly what everyone said they wanted. They wanted a spot up shooter that you could just leave out on the perimeter. Cam Heidi, yeah, he should crash the boards when the ball goes up. He should go get it. But for the most part, that guy should live out on the perimeter and be there when the ball swings. And you got to have a guard that understands that to set him up, because like you said, he's not the most fleet-footed. They don't have him in screen action.
No.
And
but can he do that though?
Huh?
But can he do that? Like, look at what they were doing with Mullins for UConn. When you were watching Mullins.
Right.
The way that he was
think he can do that at 6'7".
I don't.
It's all about your mindset. So if he doesn't have that physical mindset, then
I don't think he has that bag. I'm watching Mullins coming off screens with the feel and the way he was getting into his shot and how smooth it came off on a couple of dribbles. Like, nobody needs an Allen Iverson bag, even though that's fun to watch. If you could just get to your spots and be efficient, I don't even think Heidi could do that because he's that bad of a ball handler. Like, he can't. He has zero confidence to put it on the deck and take a two dribble.
I don't need him to do that. I need him to space the floor. I need him to be in the corners. I need him to be.
The game's evolved, man. Them John Paxton days are over, dog. Them John Paxton days.
But when you've got guys who are going to break down the defense and get inside, like Dalen Swain, we know Matis needs to be within 4 or 6 feet of the basket at all times, probably 4 the most. Because what's his range? 8?
Yeah, he's pretty good at catching it and driving, though, to the left.
Yeah.
He's not bad at that. But yeah, you're right. He's going to get to the hole. He has to get to
right.
the
And Pope is he can break you down. Tremont Mark can break you down. I don't need Cam Heide to do that. I need Cam Heide to just keep moving along the perimeter, hoping my defender forgets about me. And then when that ball swings, I got to hit that shot. But I mean, this was embarrassing. He got one shot.
One shot. That can't happen.
And he can't generate it on his own is what I'm saying.
No, he can't. No, I agree.
He's completely dependent on teammates to look for him. And it doesn't happen. I'm like, does this guy have bad breath? What? Why don't you nobody looks for this guy and he's hitting 60%. Yep. All right.
Figure it out, Sean Miller. That's why you get paid, dog.
Figure it out.
Why you're here.
Hey, it's Monday, which means all night happy hour at Cover 3. I mean, I love Mondays. Mondays are the best. Overreaction Monday and Mondays at Cover 3 because it's all night happy hour. So 3:30 to close. You got happy hour at Cover 3. You got Monday Night Football. I mean, you got snow falling in Pittsburgh. Miami Dolphins are going to be up there in the snow. And you can just head over to Cover 3, get yourself a hot toddy, warm up, get you some of that $7 social hour menu, the firecracker shrimp, the bacon deviled eggs, Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. Take a break from the holiday shopping and duck into Cover 3 right there on Anderson Lane and up in Round Rock. And if you're down south, our guys, Doug Young and Matt Dotson, who started Cover 3, have Whiskey Ridge down in Buda. Great restaurant. So if you're down south, check out Whiskey Ridge. It is the hot new happening restaurant south of town. And hey, AV consultations, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, there's only one number to call in Austin, Texas, and that is our man Tom McKay, great supporter of Texas Sports Unfiltered, and a guy that I totally trust and have relied upon to put big screens in 3 different houses for me in my time in Austin, and he can do it for you too. You're busy. Leave it to the experts. You call 255-8678, and Tom and his crew are going to bring everything to you. He's going to bring you the best price on big screens. So why would you go anywhere else? Plus, his crew's going to come in, hang your big screen like a masterpiece in a museum. It's going to look great. You don't need to be punching holes in your drywall. Just call 255-8678 and let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. All right. So if you're just tuning in, Leanga Lafa, who had his best game as a Longhorn against Texas A&M when he needed to. 11 tackles. He was all over the field. Anthony Hill wasn't playing. Leanga Lafa was fantastic against A&M. Helped shut down the Aggies. Headed for the transfer portal as of right now. Now, the portal does not open until January 2nd. Things can get, until the name's in the portal, there's time to figure some things out. But as Eric Henry reported over at Horns 24/7, his locker is cleaned out. So he is up and out, no longer practicing with the team. And so count him among the opt-outs now, with Anthony Hill, Michael Taff, Ethan Burke, Trey Moore, Malik Muhammad, and Jalen Gilbo. You can add Leanga Lafa to that list. So it's shaping up to be a big shopping list in the portal. And Texas, I'm told, is going all in to make a run next year. So they're going to have to get real creative with some of these finances, some of these third-party deals, to keep it off their rev share books. But if anyone can do it, Texas can do it because they got all the corporate partnerships. I mean, people like to be associated with the Texas brand more so than at like Ole Miss or something. I mean, Texas, look at Humann, Humann, Dell. Texas has all kinds of these big corporate partners who, can put together deals for student athletes. So, yeah. And look, it wasn't a great year for Leanga Lafa, as Zay said. I think, when they moved Anthony Hill to weak side linebacker, which allowed offenses to scheme Anthony Hill into coverage, it put a lot on Leanga Lafa. And some games were better than others, for sure. But he's a guy with a lot of experience. And from what I'm told, there are a couple programs that came after him hard. And look, if the money is substantial, good for him. Good for him. I mean, I don't think he was, one of those high dollar guys for Texas. I think they saw him as a guy that, hey, we'll keep you right where you are. Everything good? Nope. Oh, okay. Well, all right. Good for you then.
Yeah. How do we make it good? He throws that number out there. We can't make it that good for you. Best of luck to you. Which, like you said, Shep, we don't know his family situation. Like back in Hawaii, that's a long way from home too. Like, right. I don't know how many people that he has here that he could rely on that he would consider family. So maybe just being around something more familiar for his last year, best for him. I know he's really close with Ant Hill. Ant Hill will not be around for 2026, so maybe that played a part in too. But yeah, this is the most shocking transfer guy by far, because you assume that, okay, Ant Hill is leaving now. You're the man.
Right.
In your senior year, you're the man. Year. We're going for buckets, dog.
You went to 2 college football playoffs. You should have the hunger to want to go back in your final year. And if they're telling you, hey, we're going to get guys, we're going to put guys around you, it's on and popping.
Yeah.
And that, that wasn't enough. And look, guys are getting in the portal. DJ Lagway's gonna get in the portal. Guys who have had success at one spot are gonna go, and they've earned it. Every agent I talk to says, if you had a good year, you should always say, I'm getting in the portal. Force their hand. And sometimes it changes. Sometimes guys reconsider. I mean, Jade Barron accepted his Senior Bowl invitation and then decided, you know what, I'm coming back. So, again, the portal opens on January 2nd, and it's going to get wild between now and then because all these exit interviews are happening. And look, some guys are going to play in the bowl game, and then they're going to leave. So it's, but
yeah. See,
you don't clear out your locker unless you've got something you feel really good about somewhere else.
For sure. And then, I look at that too, and yeah, we could think that, okay, it's possibly money, but you also have to think about, okay, did something actually go wrong though? Because Jalen Gilbo opting out to not play at the Citrus Bowl, like, it's not like Drew Fabiano just come on the show and say, we like Jalen Gilbo. We're waiting on his invite. I think if we asked him about Jalen Gilbo, he'd say, who? No, that's not a guy that we're looking at. So for him to say, no, I'm not trying to put out more film, which we saw in the A&M game, Cade Phillips, Kobe Black, Warren Roberson, they took all Jalen Gilbo snaps. So that might be the reason. But also, that's odd because now Manny Muhammad's not playing. So if you're Jalen Gilbo, wouldn't you think, okay, Manny's not playing? Cool, I'm going to play a lot more. They got to rotate me. That's not the case. He's opting out too. So Leanga Lafa leaving, Jalen Gilbo opting out when he could have put up more good film. Makes you think. Speculating here, but did something just go wrong with this defense? And guys weren't seeing eye to eye with their coaches. Maybe Pete Kwiatkowski, their position coaches, Steve Sarkisian. It could be anyone. I don't know. But those are shocking things that have happened with LaFau leaving, Gilbo opting out. Which makes you think a little bit.
Yeah. Look, it's an interesting time of year. There's no doubt about it. And look, the guardrails, we don't have guardrails yet. I mean, we have the rev share. I mean, at media day, Lane Kiffin all but said, I don't think everybody's playing by the rules. Everybody's betting on this NIL go, fair market value, policing of the NIL money from going crazy. People were banking on that system collapsing. Now, when I asked Sankey about it last month, he's like, we've got good numbers, it's working. Is it perfect? No, but everybody wants the guardrails, so they got to make it work. I mean, there's kind of like an honor system going on out there. And we know how honor systems go.
Yeah.
If you can get in the gray, get in the gray. So I don't know. We'll see. But I know Texas is going to go spend what they got to spend to fix the areas, the positions that they need to make a run in 2026. If they don't, something's gone wrong. So that's what we'll have to watch very carefully. But I mean, we'll see. I like the Jabbar Juluke hire.
Yeah.
He's recruited, developed, identified, recruited, developed guys who've gone on to be productive players, who've gone on to, be pro players. He recruited. What are you doing? Jeez.
We haven't talked about it yet. I didn't know this was a thing. You're going to have to break this down for me on what happened here.
Yeah. So he got into it. This was pregame, Florida LSU, and I think Jabbar thought he was back in the heyday.
Yo, he's good in my book. This is a great hire. I need this fire. You know what I'm saying? Steve Sarkisian ain't no saint either. You remember when Sark went off on the Alamo Bowl worker? We've all had moments on TV that it might have not been our best moment, but I like the fire though. The fire we can take, we need that. We appreciate that. I bet you he understands he made a mistake. He got suspended for however many games he got suspended for, but the guy can recruit, loves his players, can coach them up, develop them, and he's got that fire where if somebody steps out of pocket, he might have to slap the shit out of them. I'm with it. It's a great hire to me. For sure.
So, yeah, he got suspended for 3 games for whatever he said there. I mean, he must have – I don't know if that's a kid he recruited and was talking smack to, but that kid came after him hard. Um,
he didn't slap him that hard.
no, he didn't.
It was
I mean,
just
the guy came at him.
Yeah.
So he said something. The guy came at him, and then
defend yourself.
Defended himself.
You got to defend yourself. Like somebody comes at me, I might slap the hell out of them too. That's just instinct. I'm just trying to protect yourself. We live in a crazy world. We can't trust nobody. We got Sharon Moore out here stalking white women. We can't trust nobody out here. So yeah, I don't mind. He got too close. You gotta smack him. Now I'm sure Florida, the higher up, said we understand protecting yourself, but let's avoid getting into those situations in general.
Right. You're supposed to be the one breaking it up, not inflaming it. But look, Jabbar Juluke had been at LSU. He's coached there. He coached Darius Geis. I mean, he's got some guys that he helped develop. He recruited Jaden Baugh at Florida. He recruited, Clyde Edwards-Hilaire at LSU, Sir Roderick Thompson at Texas Tech, Amani Bailey at Louisiana before Bailey transferred to TCU. And then he had 1,000-yard backs, Kenneth Dixon at Louisiana Tech, Darius Geis at LSU, Trey Regis at Louisiana, Elijah Mitchell at Louisiana, Baugh last year. So that's the key. Has he identified, recruited, developed? Has he shown he can do each of those things? And he has over time. Like Chad Scott had recruited CJ Donald. Well, no, CJ Donaldson was a tight end who moved to running back. But he had Letty Brown at West Virginia, but Letty Brown didn't do anything in the NFL. Like, Clyde Edwards-Hilaire helped win a Super Bowl for the Chiefs. And so, he's done it at a high level. I like that experience. And, he's from the part of the country that is talent rich, Louisiana, and he knows the Southeast.
Yeah.
So I think it was a good hire. Now we'll see. Now, if old Jaden Baugh shows up,
yeah. I feel Arch Manning, dog. Make your pitch.
Right.
You
should want to play with Arch Manning. I mean, A.D. Mitchell was like, yeah, I'm good. I'm good playing with Quinn Ewers. I'm losing
Stetson
Bennett. I need a guy who can give me the rock. And literally, I was told by a source close to A.D. Mitchell, I'm coming to get 50 balls, 10 touchdowns, and out the door. And he got 50 balls, 9 touchdowns, and was out the door. And now he's playing for those beleaguered New York Jets.
Yo, he's the only positive for the Jets right now.
Yeah,
he had a good game last night, yesterday.
He needed that change of scenery.
Yeah. That damn Aggie Aaron Glenn, your boy. That dude.
He's looking for a new defensive coordinator.
He looks like he has no hope on the sideline.
Yeah, he does.
Like, how do you already look like you lost the whole franchise? You just got the gig.
Meanwhile, Mike Vrabel shows up, and the Patriots look like a juggernaut.
That's what I mean.
Ben Johnson shows up. The Bears are looking like the number one seed, for God's sake.
Yeah.
This is killing me. I mean, it was killing me yesterday. All right,
make that chip shot. Yeah.
Here comes the chip shot. But listen, before we get to the chip shot, we were talking about Humann. Humann. This is the coolest thing. So Humann, they're science-backed supplements, the research all done at the University of Texas Health Science Center. And I've gotten to know the folks at Humann, and I have tried all of their supplements. I recommend them all. The Super Beats Heart Chews, which, look, if you've had any issue with blood pressure, you need to be taking the Super Beats Heart Chews because this is going to promote healthy blood pressure. Their beets extract in their products are the #1 recommended by cardiologists. And then when you take these 3 supplements that I'm about to tell you together, you're covered. I mean, Human Metabolic Health Daily. Yeah, this is going to help you have healthy blood sugar. Okay, that's important. Like, you don't want to be getting adult onset diabetes. You need to be taking the Metabolic Health Daily. You're going to take that with your biggest meal. And it's going to help you because you're not going to feel as hungry. So helps with some weight management as well. The Human Cardiovascular Health Daily, promoting exactly what it says. Healthy blood flow, vascular health. Things that as we get older, you don't want to have clogged arteries. And Cholesterol Health Daily. We all need to watch our cholesterol, but this promotes the healthy cholesterol. Because there's bad cholesterol and there's good cholesterol. And Human promotes the good cholesterol. So you grab the Super Beats Heart Chews. Also cannot recommend the turmeric chews enough. Anti-inflammation. Inflammation is what causes pain. And so you want to be taking the turmeric chews every day, especially if you're working out, because it's going to help to regulate your inflammation. So go to humanwith2ns.com/TSU. Use promo code TSU. You're going to get 20% off your first order, and load up. Get 2 and 3 and 4 of everything because there's a 90-day money-back guarantee. You're going to want to take the products, give it time, but, certainly I want you to feel better within 90 days. I think you will. I do. Brain fog's gone. Body's feeling good. Hey, see for yourself. humanwith2ns.com/TSU. Use the promo code TSU. And hey, for my guys who are snoring, how about this Christmas? You struggling to get a good Christmas gift for the person who sleeps next to you? How about the gift of not snoring? That's right. Snoring is a symptom of a serious health issue called sleep apnea, which is a lack of oxygen while you sleep. That's a problem. Just like it sounds, it can kill you. And look, Dr. Chad Denman, who founded the Sleep Cycle Center, dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his own father at the age of 60. And he's in Austin, and he's partnered with us. We've partnered with him. And it's a great partnership because you are the winner. You go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. Dr. Chad's going to take $100 off your sleep study. Now, that sleep study is going to tell you exactly what you need to know. Do you have sleep apnea? What level of sleep apnea? And Dr. Chad has the best treatment options, from oral appliances like I have, a mouth guard, holds my lower jaw open while I'm sleeping, get that oxygen, get that good deep sleep, to surgery. But he's going to tell you what you need, not, he's not, if you don't need it, he's going to tell you don't need it. So take advantage of this great opportunity. Just go to sleepcyclecenters.com and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. All right. So for the chip shot today, it's so frustrating being a Lions fan because you watch that offense and it's amazing. You're watching Amon-Ra St. Brown, with double-digit catches, 164 yards, 2 touchdowns. The guy's making every big play, scores 2 touchdowns in LA. His first touchdown, you could see him mouth the words, "This is my effing house," because he's in LA where he grew up. And, Jamison Williams is making plays, and they don't have Laporta. Jahmyr Gibbs and Dave Montgomery were okay, but the Rams defense is better than you think. And Sean McVay, good Lord, the defenses are so scared of Puka Nacua. They get down in the red zone and they run him in motion and the whole defense freaks out. And then Kyron Williams gets to walk in from the 2-yard line. Like you would think everybody's going to pinch down and stop the run. No, they're all looking to see where Nacua is because Stafford is so dialed in and is having such a good year that the Rams offense makes defenses get out of sync. And you do stupid stuff. You blow assignments, and Nacua is a monster. I mean, they let Cooper Kupp go because they got Puka Nacua. Then they add Devontae Adams. Now we got to wait and see what the Devontae Adams, look like a hamstring. Is it he'll be okay in 2 or 3 weeks? Is it a tear? Is it surgery? Like what are we looking at here?
He's been dealing with hamstring injuries all season.
Yeah. So, that's a big deal because that guy, what are you going to do? You got 2 red zone monster receivers in Nacua and Devontae Adams, and then their tight ends are all good.
Oh, Parkinson was killing y'all yesterday.
Parkinson was killing. So, the Lions offense was amazing for a half. I mean, the Lions were up by 10 at one point, and you're like, okay, they're doing it. But the Lions defense in the back end is so bad. No Brian Branch, no Kirby Joseph. The corners are, they've been in and out all year with injuries. And then Hallett, their backup safety, goes down in this game. I mean, it's just like they had 12 guys on injured reserve last year. They have 10 on injured reserve this year. So the Lions are toast. It's annoying because, you got guys in their prime. You got Jared Goff in his prime, Amon-Ra. Jahmyr Gibbs might be the best running back in the NFL. You got Dave Montgomery. You got, offensive line that's pretty darn good. And, Sam Laporta, and he's hurt. And I am starting to wonder if the Lions are ever going to get back to the NFC Championship game because, they should have gone to the Super Bowl that year. It drives me crazy. Drives me crazy. But, Dan Campbell said it after the game. He's like, okay, that Rams team, that's one of the elite teams in the NFC, and we're not there. And it's mostly because of injury, but I don't know. I think the Lions are going to have to scratch and claw to backdoor their way in, and then they're going to have to outscore people like crazy because their defense is not anywhere close to championship level defense. And that's sad. So,
yeah, Stafford did whatever he wanted. Run game was going, play action was going. They run that bootleg and the goal line, man. They did that about 4 times on y'all, and it worked every time. There was one play where I thought Aiden Hutchinson was going to get him when he came off that bootleg. There was Aiden Hutchinson. This fool Stafford, so cold. He just threw it right over the top.
Well, Hutchinson got him on that tight end screen.
He got him on the pick.
Intercepted it, ran it back 50 yards, set up Amon-Ra for a touchdown. You're like, okay.
Yeah.
Thank God, because the Rams were going right down the field. And until Hutchinson makes that play and sets up the Lions to go up first, scored first, you're like, okay, maybe it's happening. And yeah, the Rams are the truth. I don't know. I think the NFC West is the truth. I think, Seahawks are good. 49ers are good. After that, I thought the Packers were good, but now with Micah Parsons hurt, and the Packers just seem wildly inconsistent. And the freaking Bears, they're like a college team. They're so happy and excited, and which is rare. This reminds me of the Lions from 3 years ago. They're all gung-ho and collegey. They should have gone to the Super Bowl. But Dan wanted to keep going for it on fourth down, up 17 on the road. Take the points, but anyway. And Cowboys, what the hell?
Yo, Kenneth Murray's so bad.
He's terrible.
He's so bad.
He's terrible. And I've been making fun of him all year. And I thought, okay, now that they got the Landon guy in there, Landon Thomas or whatever, the guy from the Bengals, then we wouldn't have to see 59. But he was still out there playing Matador. I mean, he takes more plays off than he plays.
Yeah, there was one play that was a touchdown, and the ball went through the A gap. This fool's all the way in the C, like going all out, just attacking the C gap. The ball ain't nowhere in sight. Nowhere. Running back just walks through. Walks through the A gap, man. It's like, Lord, help the brother. Something. Like that's a tough loss. JJ McCarthy, he looked like the man yesterday, and we know how inconsistent he's been. Yeah, Cowboys, another lost year.
Meanwhile, my Texans.
Your Texans.
My Texans.
Wow.
My Texans are going to the Super Bowl.
Wow.
Hey, we're seeing those little glimpses of the Texans offense. I know it was the Arizona Cardinals. I'm not delusional, but listen, what have I said? With that defense, I just need enough. D'Amico Ryans wants 21 points per game. I'll take 17, but they got 40 against the Cardinals, and CJ was 22 of 29, 3 touchdowns, no picks, only got sacked once. Jawar Jordan ran for 100 yards. I mean, Nico Collins did what Nico Collins does, 3 catches, 85 yards, 2 touchdowns. Dalton Schultz doing what he does, 8 catches, 76 yards, touchdown. Come on, man. Houston Texans.
Your Texans, huh?
My Texans.
I mean,
I got more faith in these Texans than our man John McClain.
Yeah, he don't have much faith in them. He said the offense can't do it, but we'll see.
I said Texans are going to the Super Bowl. Everyone's like, you're drunk, you're stupid, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, okay, all right. This defense.
AFC's wide open. I like the Broncos, but it's wide open to me. Patriots, Jags, come on now.
I need the Texans. They need to win the division so that they're playing at home. And the schedule is doable. Raiders, Chargers, Colts. Let's go. Raiders and Colts in Houston, Chargers on the road. All right, let's get to the right call. Sorry.
No, you good. Let's get it. Before that, though, shout out to Covert BK, family owned and operated. They're the best car dealership in the land. Trust me, I know. We got our Buick Encore GX from Covert BK. Now we took to Houston this weekend. Everybody was giving us compliments. Took my father-in-law around. He showed me around the neighborhood and stuff. Loved the car. Absolutely loved it. And hey, you'd love it too if you went over to Covert BK. And they They have more than Buick. They got GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. So you're going to find the vehicle that fits you, whether it's a crossover, SUV, truck, etc. Covert Bee Cave, they will take care of you. So go over to covertbeecave.com, see all the latest specials and inventory. Shout out to my guy, Daniel, Marcus, Jerome, and the rest of the team. It's not about making that quota. It's not about making that sell. You don't feel uneasy or the anxiety doesn't hit. No, it's a smooth process. Tell them what you want. Let them know what your budget is and, that range of that. And they're going to find a vehicle that fits you. So shout out to Covert Bee Cave. Nobody beats a covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. Well, high school football is getting down to the nitty gritty. The Southlake Carroll and DeSoto game went crazy viral because they had a very controversial call at the end of the game. As I pull it up here, running back for Southlake Carroll has a chance to take the lead. 4th down, gets to the 1-yard line, gets hit. The judge or the ref on the sideline declares touchdown. The refs get together, huddle up. He didn't make it in. No good. DeSoto ball. They then get the ball on their 1-yard line, and then their running back takes it to the crib for like a 99-yard touchdown to ice the game. Crazy game. Went viral. It's just Texas football, just another day in the Lone Star State when it comes to this beautiful game. And my favorite part of the game, which shout out to Southlake Carroll. I feel for them dudes because that's definitely heartbreaking. But my favorite part of the game is that the DeSoto coach, Claude Mathis, was as turned up as I've ever seen any coach after a game. Listen to this.
Somebody said it was the heat of an era. Somebody said it was the heat of an era. It's just beginning. It's just beginning. You're telling him it's just beginning. That's what it says about DeSoto. We here. We nowhere else. We here. We gonna be a goddamn legacy. Love these kids. I'm telling people talking about us. That's all they do. They want to talk about us, write us off. Well, guess what? Our kids, they fight. Our coaches, they fight. We believe in one another. Nobody can take down the great Southlake Carroll that they told us. But they forgot about DeSoto. And I just thank God that we'll be able to show everybody else we're a true team. We're a true team.
The passion. Man, you can't tell me Texas football don't mean nothing. You serious? You're muted. You're muted. Old man moment, old head moment.
They talk about us. They talk about us. That's all they do. We're right here. We're right here.
Oh, man. No, I feel him. I feel him. Like that dude. Hey.
Those are two monster programs going at it. And for it to come down to one ref signaling touchdown, then no touchdown, and then DeSoto just drives that spike right into their hearts.
Yeah.
That's legendary stuff, man.
Legendary stuff. Yeah.
I feel for Riley Dodge, head coach at Southlake Carroll, man. He's trying to get those state championship trophies in his office. Claude Mathis said, "No, we're right here. We're right here."
Yo, Claude was turned up.
We're a team. We're a team. We're a true team.
Who's talking about him? That's what I want to know.
Right. No one's talking about DeSoto. Everybody knows DeSoto's good. They got incredible athletes. Mathis is a good coach. They've won state championships.
Yeah. I know BK was fighting for Mathis to be at Texas before Juluke. BK was saying maybe they should call Claude for that running back job, but apparently Claude has a lot going on.
Well, whatever Claude, might be worth bringing him in. Bring some of that youthful energy.
Oh, he's energetic. That's for damn sure.
Need that. Got to have that fire.
That's what Juluke's for. Fire. Get your hands off me. Get your hands off me. Let's bring in the open gym guys. Matt Galatzan, Patrick Davis.
What up, guys?
We're looking for fire, guys. We're looking for fire.
I mean, the only people that are talking about DeSoto are talking about how awesome they are. So I don't know what he's talking about, but whatever gets him going, I guess works out.
That's right. Lou Holtz, baby.
Yeah, make it up. Make up the motivation. Yeah, make up the bulletin board material. Sometimes you have to do that, Shaquille O'Neal used to lie about David Robinson fake
worst,
not giving them an autograph back during the San Antonio days. The Admiral apparently just dissed my man Shaq, and Shaq held that against them. That was a complete lie for like 30 years. Whatever you gotta do.
Yeah, completely. Like, there was ones. Michael Jordan used to have the stories. Someone would come up to him and they'd be like, "Good game." And he'd be like, "You don't get to tell me good game. You told me good game." And then he put 60 on him in the next game. Like, that's what you get for telling me good game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Jordan's whole Hall of Fame speech is all the people who dissed him.
Amazing.
It's 15 minutes of this guy dissed me, this guy dissed me, this guy dissed me.
It's like the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Hey, we just want to tell you you're the greatest. All right, well, these people 20 years ago said that I maybe was like third best, so now I'm going to hold a grudge.
Yeah.
Love those people.
Have a good show, fellas. Appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you guys. Welcome in to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open 512-222-9328. And, of course, over there on the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. How you can get a hold of us. Matt, do you have a good weekend?
I did, yeah. It was fun. I got to go to a new country bar by my house, and that was cool. Just nice, relaxing weekend over here. It was nice. I got some beers with a buddy on Saturday afternoon. Watched a little Army Navy game, which was boring as hell, but we had a good time.
Yeah, it was a good weekend for the first real weekend without any college football. We'll get college football back this weekend. But yeah, you had Army and Navy. That was the only game, so we didn't get our wake up at 11 a.m. and watch football starting at 11 and roll all the way until, watching Pac-12 after dark or whatever they want to call that. But until midnight or so, just watching football all day. That may be done. But we had a pretty good weekend outside of that. A lot to get into today on the show. As, of course, we're going to keep looking at the Citrus Bowl and Texas moving forward to that. A bunch of awards given out. Somebody on the Texas Longhorns maybe has the right to be more mad than Diego Pavia about his snub. We can get into that as well. We'll talk about the Texas UConn game where, look, I'm not as mad about the Texas UConn game as I thought I was going to be. So we'll get into the Texas UConn game and lots of NFL action as well. Lots of good stuff to get into today, Matt. But yeah, overall for not having a ton of college football this weekend, and we may do, it's going to get sad again. You get sad like mid-January. You get the NFL, and then once the NFL's done, then the real you like get like 2 weeks of like, okay, I'm a little footballed out. A little football that I can do with a week or two without football, and then it's just like, nope, I want it back, and not XFL. I don't need one of these other ones.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it. That means I'm gonna have to start watching some NBA and some college basketball and all that kind of stuff. And I'm just like, I mean, I like basketball, but I'm a football guy, man. It's going to be a rough few months after all this is over. So I'm going to take every ounce of it I can into this thing.
That's the way to do it. That is the way to do it. But let's start off with the big news then, Matt, because there was definitely a big piece of news that came down today of possibly the biggest surprising transfer in the for Texas in the at least the Sark era, transfer portal era, with Leanga Lafa declaring for the portal today. Everyone else who's been into the portal for Texas is people that we talked about. We'd understand if they went into it. It wouldn't be hugely surprising if those people went in. But Lafa felt like he was set up to finally take over that role that he had been sitting behind Anthony Hill doing for several years. It felt like it was time for him to step in that role. If you remember a year ago, Lafa was not getting a ton of playing time, and they were literally we have to change up our defense to get him on the field. It's wrong to not be playing him just because he's Anthony Hill's backup. We have to get him in the game. He's had 2 really good seasons. There were some issues this year that maybe he didn't take the step we thought he would, but you would assume still, Matt, that he was going to be the guy going into next season and kind of building that linebacker core around him. And now it seems like maybe that wasn't the case. Maybe he didn't get that messaging from the Texas staff. I don't know if it has to do with NIL. I don't know if it has to do with promises about playing. I don't know if it has to do with somebody else coming in. Maybe it's something completely different. But Lafa entering the transfer portal today, Matt, what was your initial reaction to seeing Texas lose somebody that was pretty important?
Well, obviously this comes as a major surprise. I did not see this one coming whatsoever. I don't think anybody really saw this one coming. It sounds like it could be a couple of different things. My first guess would be that Texas wants to make way for a linebacker they're going to get out of the portal. Yep. And they potentially broke the news to Lafa that they were going to bring somebody in his position. He didn't like that idea. He probably felt, guys like Elijah Barnes and Ty Anthony Smith and eventually Tyler Atkinson kind of nipping at his heels a little bit. And potentially he could see some reduced playing time next year or be in another rotation next year or something to that effect, which, he maybe didn't like, or somebody came in with a big NIL deal and he thought that he could make some more money elsewhere. So it's one of the two things. It's very unfortunate because now this linebacker group is extremely thin heading into the Citrus Bowl, number one, but heading into next year as of right now without any transfer additions. It's basically Ty Anthony Smith, Brad Spence, and a couple guys who have never really played college football before. So it should be interesting. It does. In terms of the Citrus Bowl, it does provide a very cool opportunity for Elijah Barnes, who has been getting some runs so far in practice and bowl prep, quite a bit. I from what I hear, and he's a guy that they're really excited about. So getting to see him on the field will be fun. I just he was one of those players on the team that I really, really enjoyed watching play football. And I really enjoyed listening to him talk in the media as well after games. He just seemed like a great kid. He was a leader on the team. Everybody loved him. So it's unfortunate and it's a big loss no matter which way you slice it.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, again, you're kind of just speculating on where it is. It does feel as if there was a conversation of it's not yours. Whether we're going to go out and get we're going to go try and get these 2 linebackers. We're going to go try and get another guy to be a top guy. We're going to expect you to fill the same role. Whether that goes to him to say, well, I thought I'm going to get paid Anthony Hill money next year. And I'm getting told I'm going to get the foul money again. And that's it's still good money, but I may want to go somewhere else where I feel like he can go make a bigger impact and try and be the guy after being behind it. You have to assume it's something to be that. I wouldn't assume it's just straight tampering, because if it's just straight tampering, this would also be the case of the first time Texas hasn't matched, or at least given them something to stay. Because we know it's happened before, most notably Xavier Worthy. But we've seen it before where guys have kind of played that back and forth and played the card that maybe somebody out there wants them a little bit. And Texas never really lost those people. So you assume it has something to do with possibly not being given the full guarantee that it's his job next year, where I think he kind of felt he'd earned that. And I'm, not wrong on him, but if Texas is trying to figure it out, but I think that's the two sides of this coin, which is the first side of the coin is the Citrus Bowl now with Anthony Hill opting out. We'll get into some of the players opting out, but a lot of players on defense opting out. And now, now no Lafa it really does limit what your experience is in that defense as a whole, but especially in that linebacker and the leadership positions where Lafa could have been your new de facto leader in the Citrus Bowl. When you talk about a lot of guys opting out, that you would assume it would be more a Jelani McDonald and Leanga Lafa kind of taking over those roles of leadership on the defense, possibly, and kind of calling out plays and who's wearing the red dot now, who's wearing, who's talking to the coach now, because like I would have assumed it would have been Lafa.
Yeah. That's a great question. I with him now gone, I mean, my first guess is probably Anthony Smith. I don't know, like maybe Jelani McDonald, but my first guess would be Anthony Smith, just because I don't know that there's anybody else that has the experience of playing that position, or that has the experience of playing a position where they can help adjust things. This is where it gets a little bit dicey for me with the Citrus Bowl, because losing Taff and Hill was one thing.
Yes,
you really don't have anybody who can get guys lined up correctly now with Lafa gone. Yeah. I don't know if Jelani McDonald can do it or not. I mean, I know he's a smart player and he's going to be an impact player and he's going to play in the bowl game, but assuming he decides to stick around, which I'm pretty sure he will, but this could end up being a shootout. I'll put it that way, because I don't know that a lot of defense is going to be played in this one in terms of fundamentally sound defense.
Yeah. Since we've seen now that the report is from Chip Brown that the Longhorns will be without Michael Taff, with Daniel Addington Hill, Manny Muhammad, Ethan Burke, Trey Moore, and Jalen Gilbo all going to opt out of the game. Alongside, now we know Leanga Lafa will be in the transfer portal, so that puts us with a lot of new faces in that defense. Now, defensive line wise, you still feel pretty good about it.
Mm-hmm.
You think you're pretty good, and offensively, it doesn't feel like they're having a ton of players sit out yet. It'll be curious to see the offensive line, of how many guys end up opting out of the offensive line. I haven't seen any names opting out yet. I don't know if you've got any reports of it, Matt, of any offensive linemen opting out. You could see that there's a possibility Texas knows the importance of having some sort of offensive line in this game, and maybe ponying up a little NIL to get a DJ Campbell to stay in for a game and go, it's not like your draft stock's so secure that you can just walk out of here and be good to go. So if you have a good performance in this game and we put up a lot of points, it'll help you out more than it'll hurt you in the draft. So we could see that. I would also could imagine that they would say, we're good. We're not, we're ready to start working on their next goals. But for a guy like Cole Hudson, he's walked, but I don't know what his future is for playing football. So for him to go out there and maybe put up another performance, it'll be interesting to see what we see on that offensive line, of how many opt-outs we do end up getting by the day of the Citrus Bowl. But defensively, now you do have to start looking at that lineup, Matt, and really start figuring out, what are you going to try and do defensively? Are you more going to line on a Brad Spence and lie on some guys that have been there, or are you going to play a ton of young, really haven't played talent, and take this as this is your chance to go get in a game, and whatever happens, happens? Which I know some fans may not want to go with that route as much, but for the coaching staff, it is a possibility when you just have so many injuries. How much rotation are you going to use? Is everyone going to get playing time? Like we've seen decisions in bowl games that are a little weird before, when we saw Keelan Robinson be the back in the Alamo Bowl, would be the one that sticks out in my brain, of us all sitting at home wondering why the hell Keelan Robinson is getting the ball so much. And just kind of not being himself in playing that. But, I don't know. I don't know if they're going to go with, we really want to get our guys who are definitely going to be in the rotation next year up for it, or do we want to give our young guys a shot?
That's a good question. In terms of the offensive line, I think that Cole Hudson and DJ Campbell probably need to put some good snaps on tape to increase their draft stock. I feel less so that way about DJ Campbell, but for Cole Hudson, if he wants to play in the NFL, he has to have, a good showing against Michigan. I think, he doesn't have to, but I think that would help him tremendously if he did. It sounds like the entire offensive line will be intact. It sounds like the receiver core will be intact as of right now. Whether or not DeAndre Moore ends up sticking with the program or not, it sounds like he's preparing to play. Defensively, in the secondary, I really just want to see the young guys. I'd really love to see Jonah Williams get like a 50-50 snap split with Xavier Filsaime at safety. I'd really love to see Cade Phillips and Kobe Black as your two corners for just about every snap that you can, and rotate Warren Roberson in there a little bit. And at linebacker, I would just play, the trio of Anthony Smith, Brad Spence, and Elijah Barnes, and just let them do it, and just let these guys get out there, get their, get their game action that they haven't seen a whole lot of this year. And hopefully it'll make it better, because they're going to play against a really good quarterback. They're going to play against a really good running back. A team that I don't know how well they're going to be coached in that game, depending on what happens after the Sharon Moore exit. But there is still a lot of talent so far. So it'll be a good test regardless.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to be a really good test for this defense, a test for PK, the defensive coaching staff, what they can get these young players ready for in this short period to get ready for it. Because again, and now you're talking about linebacker core, that this was something that clearly was not expected until maybe yesterday, that Lafa wasn't going to be there. So now you're saying, all right, now we've kind of got 2 weeks to figure out exactly what we're going to do and get those guys up and ready to play a lot more snaps than they were ready with. Now that you see this, are you at all worried at any other position, Matt, that there could be another surprise like this, that maybe the underperformance of the team overall could lead to a bigger change, or at least somewhere in there that they may be going to some players and telling them your positions aren't secure, that you're going to have to go play for this, and it could lead to some people leaving?
Not really. No, I don't think so. I really think that the majority of the guys that are still in place right now, that we aren't expecting to have to make a decision, are going to be in good shape. Particularly along the offensive line, like Trevor Gooseby and Brandon Baker, Nick Brooks, those kind of guys. I think that their future is pretty secure as of right now. I could see Nick Brooks maybe potentially, but I feel like he's going to move back to tackle, and he's going to play kind of a swing tackle position for Texas next year, be an important part of the rotation. In terms of the wide receivers, I do think you'll see a lot of young guys play a lot more snaps, and that those guys are going to be kind of impressed upon, like, hey, you're going to be a part of this thing next year, so we want to get you some good run in this football game. I'm talking about guys like Jamie French and Kalik Lockett. Maybe you see some Michael Terry at running back, which I think would be really fun. He kind of fits the mold of the kind of guy that Jabbar Juluke would love to have under his tutelage. He's extremely physical and explosive and very shifty. So, maybe he can get in there and get a few carries, which I would love to see. I think guys like Justice Terry are going to play a ton of snaps in this. I expect him to play a lot in this football game. But overall, I wouldn't expect too many other surprises. Maybe something at safety, but I doubt it, because I think that the plan is to bring in a safety, obviously, in the portal, but I don't know that that's going to get in the way of Jonah Williams, for example. I think that he is going to be a priority for them regardless. And I think that you could see some other guys get some snap at star as well, just to kind of see what they got there outside of Grayson Littleton, who I think could potentially move to the outside, and maybe you move Grayson or Kobe Black to star for a few snaps and see how he handles that. There's going to be a lot of different combinations back there in the secondary, and I think that's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, I did see in the chat some of y'all talking about the quarterbacks. The quarterback carousel is rolling right now in the transfer portal as well. That DJ Lagway apparently got the same conversation, or maybe the same conversation as Lafau of like, yeah, no, come on in, you'll compete for a job next year. Oh, I didn't expect that guy. Thought it was kind of the heir apparent because everybody had high hopes for me. He didn't really have a very good season. It does feel like there's a lot to learn to or reteach to DJ Lagaway to get him to where he needs to be. We still know he has insane arm talent. He's going to go somewhere and get another opportunity. But that's a huge one. Dylan Raiola is another one that is a big name going into the transfer portal. And of course, everybody believes that he's going to try and go to Texas Tech because of the Patrick Mahomes comparison. We know this was a hard weekend for him with the Patrick Mahomes injury. Just sitting there at home, like, I really don't want to have to do what I have to do next season now.
Well, didn't he already do that?
He's going to tear my ACL now.
But didn't he already tear his ACL?
I don't know. I don't know if Rail was already torn his ACL.
I mean, he was knocked out for the season. I don't know what his injury was, but he's probably like, man, Pat's copying me again. You know, Pete Nakos came out and said that Texas Tech won't be a factor in his recruitment in the portal. I'm going to believe that when I see it. Like I still feel like that's got to be a possibility because he is weirdly obsessed with following all things and doing all things Patrick Mahomes.
He had a broken fibula in his right leg. So no, not copycatting. But look, I think he would be in it. But again, I think he also kind of wants to go there because they're spending tons and tons of money. But my guess is that Texas Tech feels that he's not one of the top guys, and they'd rather go for somebody else if they're going to go for somebody in the portal. So,
I mean, who like Sam Leavitt is probably the top quarterback in the transfer portal. I don't think that he's a Texas Tech guy. I don't think he wants to stay in the Big 12. Unless somebody else bigger, like if you're a college team that is looking for a quarterback right now, you're probably looking at, Sam Leavitt up here, and he's going to cost whoever gets him a ton of money. Yeah. Then the next two guys are Dylan Raiola and DJ Lagway. I'd rather have Dylan Raiola 10 times out of 10 than DJ Lagway right now. And the audacity of DJ Lagway to be like, well, this is my job, and then hearing it's going to be a competition and immediately hitting the portal is like, dude, you did nothing to deserve that kind of like to be able to stand on that whatsoever. You did nothing. You threw 5 interceptions against LSU. You were arguably the worst starting quarterback in the SEC this year.
Yeah. No, I get that. But the conversation may have been, we're bringing in another quarterback. The conversation may have been, we're bringing in somebody else, and, your odds are you're a backup now, which would be a little silly too with DJ Lagway because, at that point you just tell him, go ahead and hit the portal, man. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because you see a kid with that much talent, you normally want to have that because, unless you're going to try and do the other technique, which is basically, let's go bring in somebody we're going to bring in a 5th-year senior who is not that physically talented, but we know he has the brain on him, and that will kind of help us out. I don't know if you do that in the first year of trying to rebuild Florida, but I think they can do that. But in all reality, DJ Lagway he still has a chance to go do some really impressive things. Yeah, you're right. Also, Phantom, he is injury prone as well. So you have to look at that and go, he hasn't been able to stay on the field very often. But after all of that said and done, I think there's going to be a lot more quarterbacks to do enter the portal. I mean, we just got these two today, so you'll see more and more people enter that portal, and Texas Tech may already be talking to one of these. I do not feel that is a school that may be above tampering. Just gonna go on a limb and say allegedly, maybe, possibly they're a school that wouldn't mind it too much.
I think we all know where DJ Lagway is going to end up, Patrick.
Where's that?
LSU. And here's why I think that.
Okay.
Because before Ole Miss played Florida, Lane Kiffin spent about 5 minutes in one of his press conferences talking about how much he admired DJ Lagway and his talent and how his development and all those different things. I bet he immediately, as soon as DJ Lagway, the DJ Lagway news broke, he was like, all right, let's go get him. I can turn this guy into an absolute superstar. And I bet he could, because that offense does not require a ton of, brain power for the quarterback to make reads and dissect defenses and do all those different things. It's very simple.
If he could stay healthy, he does have a little bit of that Jackson Dart in him.
Mm-hmm.
I can make these really great throws downfield, but I'm also going to be an idiot at times.
Yeah.
So I could definitely see that. I could definitely see that as a place where you go. It depends on how many other people enter the portal, because again, there's always going to be somebody in there that I don't think these are our top names so far. I think we'll probably see several more names hop in before we get to the end of it. But
Brandon Sorsby from Cincinnati entered as well. He's going to be one of the top names.
That's true too. Brandon Sorsby is going to be in there. Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of big names that people can go out there and try and get in that portal. But we did see a couple more names go in. We keep seeing Florida names go in, and it's not the right Florida name. Texas fans now just waiting. They're going to let go that whole roster except for Jaden Ball. The whole roster is going to be gone except for the one guy we're looking
for. So earlier today, I had another almost heart attack via the On3 transfer portal account. It said, new Auburn wide receiver Cam Ron King enters the transfer portal. It's like,
come on, man.
There's a couple of interesting names that have entered today that I wonder if Texas would be interested in, though.
Okay. Like who?
For one thing, one of the Florida players that entered, Jordan Castell. He's a safety. He's been really good there at Florida for the last couple of years. I wonder if that's somebody they might take a look at. And then the one that I think that I'm most interested in, I'd have to go watch some tape on this guy and see how he plays. But UCF starting center Carter Miller entered the portal. 6'2", 300 pounds. He's played 1,992 career snaps and only allowed 2 sacks.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all. I'm not mad about that one at all. I did see Khalil Barnes was an interesting one. That was.
I've actually got a bunch of names to go through that we can dissect if you want to.
We'll do that later this week. We'll get into that as we get some more names popped into it. But look, Khalil Barnes is an interesting one that I saw pop up just solely because maybe we got a safety from Clemson before that worked out for us.
Yeah. He got his soul snatched against Louisville this year too, just like Michael Taft did. So maybe it's a great fit.
Maybe it's
Michael Taft against Arkansas.
I did want to get into these awards a little bit over the weekend. We did see Fernando Mendoza win the Heisman Trophy. Indiana is having the best season. There's very few times in college football that you see a team kind of come out of nowhere and just become winning everything. Coach of the year is Kurt Cignetti. Fernando Mendoza wins the Maxwell, the Walter Camp, and the Heisman. He also won the Davey O'Brien, just winning everything there. Diego Pavia did win the Johnny Unitas Golden Arm at the Outstanding Senior Quarterback Award. Went to Diego Pavia, which, super senior with an extra super on there for Diego Pavia winning that award. Outside, Michael Taft did win the Werfel Trophy Award, the Top Community Servant of the Year. He did win that one. He did not win the Bullsworth Trophy, though. He did not win the Top Walk-On Trophy.
That's interesting.
The man from North Texas, Mestamaker, won that award. So wasn't able to get that one, which is pretty crazy to not think that he was the best walk-on in college football, even though he is an All-American.
Did he win it last year?
I don't know if he won it last year or not.
I can look. I mean, look, Drew Mestamaker was unbelievable this past year.
Is he an All-American?
No, that's what I was about to say. He didn't make the All-American. He didn't, make an All-American team. He was a cool story, but Michael Taft 100% should have won it. Bryce Boddicker from Oregon won it last year.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Michael Taft wasn't even a finalist last year, and he was a first-team All-American. That's wild.
That is surprising. Let's just say that is surprising. And CB, I don't know where Raiola ends up at this point. He's going to have plenty of offers for him. Does he go to Cincinnati so he could be friends with Travis Kelce?
So I think the funniest places. Right? I think that the three funniest places that he could go are one, Texas Tech, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And then either Missouri or Kansas, so he could be that much closer to his idol. But I think that the rumors are that he's really interested in Oregon because Dante Moore is likely going to the NFL draft.
Yeah,
and there'll be an opening there. That seems like a pretty good landing spot for him, I would imagine, because that wide receiver core is going to be unbelievable next year.
Yeah, I'm waiting. Yeah, that's an easy. Yeah, if Oregon offers you, it's hard not to go there. if you're one of these quarterbacks, it's hard not to take that. But I'm going to go with Cincinnati, so he can hang out with the Kelces, just so he can be a little bit closer. All part of his path to. Well, I'm not going to be Texas Tech because it's too on the nose. But I think I can slide over here and get into somewhere and make it work. We did see the All-American teams come out. Texas has 2 players on the All-American team. Anthony Hill is a second-team All-American. Michael Taft is a third-team All-American this year. Those are your only 2, though, Matt. So we can go into everywhere else where you maybe could find a position, but I think there's one that we can all look at and say, I don't think there's 6 edges in the country better than Colin Simmons.
No, there is not. There is not one edge in the country that is better than Colin Simmons. You could argue there might be 2, but definitely not 6.
So David Bailey and Cassius Howell are your first team edge rushers. David Bailey from Texas Tech, Cassius Howell from Texas A&M. On your second team now, they go with Ruben Bain Jr. and John Henry Daly, the Utah sophomore, which is not better than Colin Simmons. So I'm saying, I get Cassius Howell, I get Ruben Bain. I even really kind of get David Bailey. They've all had really good years of being in that conversation. I think it ends at that conversation. I don't think there's anyone else who's even in it other than Colin Simmons at that point. And so that's where it starts to go crazy. And then Caden Curry from Ohio State and Tucker from Western Michigan make the third team all defense. No Colin Simmons. That it's absurd. It is it's silly because we're gonna see where we're seeing again. I see the stuff of Brady Quinn came out and said that there's a clear SEC bias because of ESPN and Disney having the college football playoffs. And then we see Ohio State and the Big Ten have 10 first-team All-Americans. And you're like, okay, tell me where the bias is then. The bias is clearly that there's voters coming up on and giving Big Ten bias too. There's bias everywhere. So, yeah, you're right that Alabama is in over Notre Dame because neither one of you had the resume to get in. But if you want to tell me that we're just going to go with the Big Ten clearly has the best players, I don't know. I like Ohio State because they didn't play enough games. Ohio State, I'm not giving them that all of their players should be first teamers and, not as many outside of it. So wasn't thrilled to see that of a win. But the Colin Simmons one to me, because a lot of it you can go into subjective and everything else. The Colin Simmons one to me is just, it's absurd to not have him. I mean, even if you put him third string, it's too low. Third team. I'd say if you wanted to go as low as Colin Simmons could be, it's second team All-American. That's just what it is. And if you asked every single one of these coaches who they would take on their team, there's not one of them who would put these second and third team guys above Colin Simmons. Not one of them. Not a coach in like Utah, Willingham would not take John Henry Daly over. He would take Colin Simmons.
Yes. If you polled, or actually I'll put it this way. If you asked every Power 4 coach in college football outside of Steve Sarkisian if they could have one edge rusher to add to their roster, it would be Colin Simmons. It wouldn't be anybody else. So yeah, he should have been a you could say second team All-American, I think would be the right spot for him, because like statistically, David Bailey and Cassius Howell both had better seasons than him. Who were the other ones? John Henry Daly. I mean, he had 11.5 sacks. Colin Simmons had 11 sacks. Henry Daly also had 17.5 tackles for loss, and Colin Simmons had 13.5. So I mean, yeah, he had a better season.
Who did he play again?
That's kind of what I'm getting at, though. Like a lot of these statistical numbers are coming against competition that aren't SEC offensive lines.
Yeah, like so Nadame Tucker from Western Michigan. And it's no disrespect. I'm sure that he's a hell of a player.
Yeah, he led the nation in sacks.
But come on, man. And
he had 21 tackles for loss. I mean, that's a great season. But there is not a player I think affect the game more defensively, certainly not in the SEC, than Colin Simmons.
Yeah. So I that one throws me off. I don't like that one very much of the All-American polls. It little sour taste there that he did not be able to get those votes. And, you have to sit there and at the end of the day, take it away and say, hopefully Colin Simmons is going to take this. I believe his tweet was pretty simple. It's just like true 100%. That's all he said. He didn't go full Pavi on this one. He was like, all right, I'm going to work harder than you guys. Like, all right, if you want to make it this way, if you want to make it, you pretend that I'm not what I am. We know what he is. Texas knows exactly what Colin Simmons is, but disappointing to see Colin Simmons not recognized in there. Is there anybody else you would have thought maybe could have gotten a rub on this? But then when you see the way the voting's going, it's not very surprised that a lot of people apparently just looked at Texas this year and watched the Ohio State game and watched the Georgia game and was like, oh, that's not a very good team.
I mean, obviously, I think Arch Manning should have been first team All-American. No, I mean, I don't know. No, I don't. I think that Colin Simmons was the one guy you look at and say, okay, he got hosed.
Yeah.
I was kind of surprised that Michael Taft made it because of the struggles that he had after his injuries.
Yeah.
That was a little bit surprising.
Yeah, if you would have put Colin Simmons on there and not Taft, I would have said that's a shame, but it would be at least understandable.
Mm-hmm.
That would have made more sense. But yeah, it does feel like this is by, this is voted by people who probably watched 2 to 3 Texas games this year. And because they only watched 2 to 3 Texas games and 2 of those were Ohio State and Georgia, that they were like, oh yeah, they're not very good. And then you turn on the Utah tape and you just watch the highlights because you didn't watch a single Utah game all year. Because why would you? And so you watch them, or you watch, you're not, these people aren't watching Western Michigan. They looked at his stats and said he's a sack leader. He gets in. And so
Give me the list again, real quick.
Of edges.
The edges that made it above.
So first team is David Bailey and Cassius Howell.
Mm-hmm.
Your second team is Ruben Bain and John Henry Daly. And your third team is Caden Curry and Nadame Tucker.
Okay, so it feels like what they did is they picked the five guys who led the nation in sacks and Ruben Bain. Because that's what they did. The only one that they left out was Nathan Voorhees from Ball State. They substituted Ruben Bain for him because Ruben Bain is going to be a top 5 pick next year.
Yeah. No, it makes sense. It makes sense that the people voting on this would have that opinion about defense. They wouldn't be watching enough of these games. It's kind of how we've seen it go lately. So it's a shame. It is a shame that we have to see that, but I think it'll just make Colin Simmons. Luckily for Colin Simmons, I don't think that affects his pay. I don't think that affects too many things down the road. I don't think it affects his draft stock or anything else like that. When you're a player that good, you'll be able to make it back, and you got another year to go try and prove it again.
Yeah, barring an injury next year, I'm gonna lock in my prediction right now. Barring injuries for either Arch Manning or Colin Simmons, both of them will be top 4 or 5 picks.
Okay,
either one of them could go number 1.
Well, hopefully. Undefeated season, lots of All-Americans, all those things are coming next season. But yeah, it does feel like Texas and some of these players got punished more for a 3-loss season than a lot of other teams would have.
Mm-hmm.
That they're really looking at like, oh, you guys lost 3 games, 2 of which are to 2 of the best teams in the country. So we're going to say that you guys really under-delivered this year because of one Florida game.
Yeah.
And it feels
maybe
like
they're holding it against him because they looked at his stats against, Ohio State, UTEP, San Jose State, and Sam Houston State.
Yeah.
Or Sam Houston. And they were like, oh, well, he didn't have a sack or he had 1 sack before the Florida game. But then you look at the rest of it and he's like, he dominated the entire SEC schedule.
No, and that's what's crazy about it is Colin Simmons, if he would have just had, the 3 or 4 sack game in non-conference, he would have won all these awards, which shouldn't really make the difference of, oh yeah, when he gets a bad team, he went in there and lit it up. But that feels like if he would have done it, these voters would have gone, well, he's got 15 sacks. He has to be the greatest defensive end. Now he's not, he'd be first team if he had a 4-sack game against somebody in non-conference. You could see him being a first teamer, and he's not on it without it, just because they're going to look at stats, which is absurd. Like at least do a little research.
By the way, this is completely random and not on the topic of Colin Simmons. But we were talking about the transfer portal quarterbacks a minute ago.
Yes.
Can I give you my prediction for where all 4 of these guys are going to go?
Okay.
And we'll see if it hits. Sam Leavitt is going to, I think he's going to go to either Miami or Indiana, one of those 2.
Okay.
Brennan Sorsby, I'm almost 100% certain is going to go to Texas Tech because his girlfriend just signed a huge NIL deal with Texas Tech to play volleyball.
Okay.
Rayola, I'm picking Oregon, and DJ Lagway, I'm picking LSU because Lane Kiffin has a man crush on him.
Okay. I like that. I like that we're in there. Now we're going to get thrown off if somebody else jumps in that portal now, right?
It might, but I'm sure somebody will.
Yeah,
Aiden Childs jumped in, but he's like, eh.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of who would be a top quarterback to go in the portal right now. I guess Bryce Underwood would be the big one, right?
Yeah, Bryce Underwood would be the big one. If he jumps into the portal, he might be the one that goes to LSU, and then Lagway would go to Clemson or something.
Yeah, because outside of that, you're looking at Bryce Underwood would be the one that you'd probably say as an underclassman would go. There'd be other big names, but I don't know if anybody would have the sticker value of everybody looking at it and just going, oh my God, this guy played a great season and now he's trying to move up. I don't know how many more of those names that wouldn't be going to the NFL are necessarily playing. Because, you don't play as many young quarterbacks anymore as you used to. Now it's all about transferring and bringing those guys in. So,
Jackson Arnold might throw this whole thing into a knot, man.
No, we know
You
Jackson
never know.
Arnold. Where's his confidence at? Remember the whole conversations about confidence that Hugh Freeze was like,
Yeah.
"Oh yeah, we're telling the defense not to play hard so that Jackson Arnold can beat passes, so he gets more confidence." That was what it was at SEC Media Days. And then afterwards, Hugh Freeze comes out and goes, "Yeah, I was fired because Jackson Arnold wasn't good enough." Like, where's that guy's confidence level now, man? Just dragging it back to the money. I don't care anymore.
Lagway to Baylor would be interesting, CB. I could see that. That's a good shout out. I think his dad played at Baylor,
Okay.
potentially. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but that's because they're not going to have a quarterback next year. Is it Sawyer Robertson?
Yeah, right.
I believe. Yeah, I think he's a senior, so he's going to be gone.
It's so weird now. Every time I'm like, he's a senior, and you're like, does that mean he's gone? I'm like, I have no idea. I have no idea. It doesn't mean anything anymore. We never know if anybody's actually going to be going or not. Chan on the text line says Hero leaving or otherwise. As far as I know, it sounds like people believe Hero Canoe is going to stay for another year. That's of course always changing though. But it sounds like from everybody I've talked to about it, I was kind of more on the line that he was going to leave, and then a lot of people that I've talked to led me the other way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and put a percentage on it, but I feel pretty confident that he's going to be back.
Matt, I wanted to do this on Monday before we get into the week. I wanted to get our thoughts about the playoff predictions and start to look in here a little bit to what we think is going to happen. And we're not going to look at the spreads. We'll do the spreads on Friday, but if we can start to kind of put together our brackets, Matt, and just on a Monday, give ourselves where we think we're going to end up in the national championships, what do we think the path to it is. We can do that today, Matt. So on a Monday, starting to look at this, let's get into some playoff predictions here, and we'll start off with the game on Friday night, Matt. Who do you have right now? Looking at our playoffs, this is Alabama and Oregon. This is a matchup that we've already seen once this season. It probably would have made sense for them to rank teams slightly differently, so we didn't get matchups we've already seen in two of these. But we do get Alabama, Oregon. It's possibly the best matchup. It's either the best or the second best matchup in college football playoffs, in the first round at least. We don't have to go too far into the breakdown of this. We'll do that throughout the week. But do you have a winner yet in this game?
Sorry, I was just pulling up my bracket. Which game is this?
Alabama, Oklahoma.
Alabama, Oklahoma. I've got Alabama. I don't think that. I don't think I don't think Oklahoma has the offense to beat them twice. I think it'll be low scoring, but I'm going to take the better quarterback, and Ty Simpson's the better quarterback.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take Bama as well in this one. As of today, it does feel like Oklahoma maybe has played really good defensively and has done some things, and they were able to beat them once. I don't think you're going to beat them twice, just solely, and it's hard to beat a team twice. So I'll go with that as my Monday prediction on that one. Starting at 11 a.m., the second best or the best game, depending on what your view is, on Miami and Texas A&M, which I still don't know is an 11 a.m. game, but it is. Miami, Texas A&M. Who like in this one?
I like Texas A&M. The fact that it's at Kyle Field, I don't think Carson Beck plays well in big games either. So I'm going to lean Texas Tech. Or Texas A&M. I think it's going to be real close though.
Yeah, I'm with you. This one feels like A&M is still a really good football team, and Miami, maybe Carson Beck has not been that guy. I'm with you on that. We know what he did in the SEC championship game last year until someone had to go and injure him. Texas doesn't get the win there. All right. The 3:00 game, 2:30 game. Tulane. You're picking Tulane on this one, right?
I think it's going to be closer than the first one, but I've got Ole Miss.
Yeah, I can't pick a group of 5 school yet. I can't do it. If it happens, it happens. And maybe I'll do it on Friday, but I'm gonna have to do a lot more research throughout the week in this.
I will say this. Take it for what you will. It would be the most Ole Miss thing of all time to be the first college football team or Power 4 team to lose to a group of 5 team in the college football playoff.
It would be there. And then James Madison versus Oregon. Which way are you
Oregon
going?
By 50.
Oregon by 50. By 50, he says. So we're on the same page. We have all the higher seed. Well, Alabama's technically the lower seed. Outside of that, all the higher seeds winning. Alabama is the favorite. We have all the favorites winning right now. Let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So that then leads us to our next matchup, which would be on December 31st at 6:30 at night, Ohio State versus Texas A&M. Who do you like in this matchup?
I think Texas A&M would have a real shot in this game, but Ohio State losing to Indiana, I think, was the worst thing that could have possibly happened to college football because they are going to be on a war path. So I've got them beating Texas A&M, even though it's at the Cotton. It's going to be at the Cotton Bowl or Jerry World or whatever.
Yes.
That didn't the home field advantage didn't help Texas out too much last year, and that Texas team was better than this Texas A&M team.
Yeah, I can't. I don't know if Marcel Reed's going to be able to put it together for 4 quarters against that Ohio State defense. They're just really good, and we saw Marcel Reed's fall apart a couple times here late in the season.
Arvell Reese is going to eat him alive.
I do think if they get Le'Veon Moss back, it'll help a ton.
It will. But
that'll help a ton. But I like that again is keep it closer, keep you in the game because you can run the ball more and not put everything onto Marcel Reed's shoulders. But that does not mean you're going to be able to go. Then
unfortunately not hair of the dog.
No. Then we go to January 1st, 11 a.m. It will be Texas Tech versus Oregon is what we have here because we both picked that one. Who do you like in Texas Tech versus Oregon?
I think this is probably going to be the best game of the round.
And it's an 11 a.m. game again.
And it's an 11 a.m. game. This is the one that I would be most interested in seeing too. I lean Texas Tech. I just really like that defense. But something tells me it's going to be Oregon anyway.
You're going to take Oregon?
I'm going to take Oregon.
All right, I'm taking Texas Tech in that one. I think if this was a lot of other teams, I don't think Texas Tech is necessarily ready for that huge matchup, but Oregon's not been that team either. I don't know if like Oregon makes me ever feel super confident in big matchups either. So as of right now, I'm taking Texas Tech to win that one. You were taking Oregon. Our first change in brackets here. The 3:00 game at the Rose Bowl is Indiana now versus Alabama in our picks. So if we have Indiana versus Alabama in our picks, I mean, this one feels like it's an easier one to make. Like it feels like Indiana's going to destroy whoever they play, right? Or at least beat whoever they play. I won't say destroy, but beat whoever they play.
I don't think they would destroy Oklahoma. I think Oklahoma's defense will be good enough to keep them in that game, but I've got them playing Alabama, and I just don't think Alabama's defense is good enough. So, yeah, I would take Indiana. It's weird because I mean this is so matchup dependent.
It is,
right? Like Oklahoma would have a chance against Indiana because of their defense, but Alabama to me does not have a chance against Indiana.
No, I mean I get what you're going at. I don't know. I don't think I'm not still not sold on Oklahoma being able to win big playoff games. But either one of them, neither one can run the football at all. And that kind of puts me into not believing that either one of them really would stand a chance in maintaining in a playoff game. Let's hit Ole Miss versus Georgia. 7 p.m. on January 1st would be that matchup in the Sugar Bowl. Of course, it's going to be played in Atlanta because
Sugar Bowl is in New Orleans.
New Orleans, sorry. It's going to be played in New Orleans. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, New Orleans. It'll be played there in New Orleans. Where do you got for Who do you like? Who do you think in that? Are you saying your Ole Miss team would go down?
Actually, Sooner Cowboys, I hope that Oklahoma makes it to the semis. I do. I just feel like Kirby Smart's going to coach circles around Pete Golding in that game. So yeah, I would take Georgia. Georgia's playing better than anyone right now, so it's really hard to pick against them.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like if you would have played this game, a month, 2 months ago, then I think Ole Miss has a pretty good chance in it. But right now, I don't know. Unless Georgia's just not ready and that week off kills them, it's really all you're hoping for, kind of like last year. But I would still take Georgia early on in this.
Here's my thing for Ole Miss and Georgia. Is Lane Kiffin not coaching the game a good thing for Ole Miss in terms of play calling? Maybe, because he's not going to do the weird stuff that he has a tendency of doing, like putting their backup quarterback in on the goal line, even though he's not a running threat, or going for it on every fourth down, no matter where they're on the field. Like maybe Charlie Weiss can kind of create a little bit of a legacy for himself and call a great game. I don't know. I don't think Ole Miss doesn't have a chance. I just think Georgia looks unstoppable right now.
All right. That would take us to our semifinals there, Matt. And this would be at the Peach Bowl. Actually, the first one is the Fiesta Bowl. That's on the 8th, is the Fiesta Bowl, which would be Georgia versus Ohio State.
I'll say this. That game will determine the national champion.
It does feel like it, doesn't it?
It does. Give me Georgia. I got Georgia. I don't feel great about it, but
no, look, and this is our Monday afternoon easy predictions. This is not as insane as we'll get once we get to Friday, and then we'll try and pick against the spread, and we will give you more breakdown on everything. So on a Monday, I just want to kind of get a feeler where we're at on a Monday. This is what I'm trying to do. Spend 20 minutes, get a feeler of where you're at, get a feeler of, okay, this is what we think is going to kind of happen. So anything out of that we'll know is out of the ordinary as the playoffs go on to change up what it is. So I'm taking Georgia as well. Again, I think Georgia's just playing really, really good football right now. If Ohio State beat Indiana, I may have a different opinion about it, but they're definitely beatable. And so if they're beatable, then I think Georgia can go in there and get it done. So I'll take Georgia. No, again, they could get screwed up like last year, but I think Kirby Smart's coming in with a mission. Gunnar Stockton has just been a guy like that. Gunnar Stockton has just been one of those dudes who is a will you to win guy so far this season. Made some huge plays. So I'm going to take Georgia there as well.
He's Stetson Bennett 2.0.
Yeah, except better.
Yeah.
At least he's a better runner. Stetson Bennett is. Then we also throw in, all right, the Peach Bowl, Matt, then would be for you, Oregon versus Indy.
It's really hard to beat a team twice in a year.
It is.
But probably Indiana. I don't know.
Yeah. Look, I'm going to take Indy over Texas Tech as well. And this is, again, a matchup that I think would work out well. That Indiana would just kind of go up against a Texas Tech team that maybe feels really good to be where they're at. And I'll say that Kurt Cignetti is going to outcoach Joey McGuire in that game and get his guys a little bit more ready. That leads us to both of us have Georgia versus Indy in the national championship right now, the way things have lined up. What's your early prediction on a Monday? I'll let you change it if we get closer to it. Who do you like there?
Go Dogs. I've got Georgia. My niece just decided that she is going to go to Georgia as well. So she's going to be a dog. So I got a little extra stock in the Dogs these days.
Okay, so a quick run through on a Monday afternoon, Matt, before the playoffs begin. We have both ended with Georgia as our national champions. We have both said Georgia comes through. They're playing really good football at the end of the season, and it feels like it pushes through. Indy does feel like their path to the finals does feel pretty not bad if they can continue to play. Now, are they going to be able to play after the week off and the rust? Are they going to be able to walk out of that game and feel really good about it? That first game feels like they should have a pretty good shot against Alabama or Oklahoma. That's why you wanted to get that 1 seed. That's why the Big Ten championship really did matter, because that's probably the matchup that you feel best about getting out of is Alabama and Oklahoma, just because both teams have really critical flaws in their game right now. That makes you feel like maybe they're not, ready to win a national championship. But once we go to everybody else who we have winning that first round, Oregon does have a ton of players that you think can be pretty good. Texas Tech has, a lot of players you feel could be good, but like Oregon, you feel okay about. You feel good about A&M, who is, dominant all season long. You feel okay about Ole Miss to a certain extent that we haven't really seen them get tested other than that Georgia game. So I think that you look through everything and it just falls back on everyone other than Alabama and Oklahoma, where there's just critical flaws on both those teams, that they don't have the offense, the consistency on offense or defense to completely get it done. And if Miami beats, I think Miami probably has a little bit more critical flaws as well. But I will say on the favorites right now, the betting favorites on all of these teams, that's the one game where you just go, I don't know if I would pick them to have any shot in the next round.
I think there are 5 teams in the field that can win a national championship, and 4 of them are on the same side of the bracket.
Yeah.
And that's kind of unfortunate. Obviously, Indiana and Ohio State, but I think the other teams are Georgia, Texas A&M, and Ole Miss. Ole Miss is probably on the fringe, I think. They would definitely be the 5th of that group by a margin, but it feels like if they get hot, they're going to be really hard to stop. So, don't let the Rebs get hot. But outside of that, like, everything would have to go right for them. So even if we say 4 teams can win the national championship, 3 of them are on the same side of the bracket. No, Sooner Cowboys, you have to have a good offense to win a national championship, and you have to have a good quarterback to win a national championship, and Oklahoma has neither of those things.
And look, I'll say there's a chance they win. I'd be really surprised if they did it. I would say it's below 1% for me to win it, but
go put some money on it if you feel good.
By the way,
it.
I don't think Alabama has a chance to win it. Like, I don't think Miami has a chance to win it. I don't think Oregon really has much of a chance to win it. I just don't think they're complete enough teams to win enough games to get there. That's the reality. I think OU's had a great season. Not a problem. I don't think Texas would have been a complete enough team to go get it done.
A better shot than Oklahoma, but yeah.
Well, much better shot than Oklahoma, because our defense was comparable to Oklahoma's, and our offense is 1,000,000% better than theirs right now. Just light years better than Oklahoma's right now. Also, we whooped them. Remember how we beat them? Yeah, I remember how we beat them.
Here's something funny before we go to the break, Patrick. You want to hear a cool stat, everybody?
Yeah, go for
it. Somebody tweeted this and they actually got it wrong, so I'm going to fix it for them. But there were 9 5-star QBs between the 2023 and 2024 classes. Arch Manning, Nico Iamaleava, Dante Moore, Jackson Arnold, Malachi Nelson, DJ Lagway, Dylan Raiola. Actually, no, she got it right. There's 8. DJ Lagway, Dylan Raiola, Julian Sayin, Arch Manning, Nico Iamaleava, Dante Moore, Jackson Arnold, Malachi Nelson. Only one of those guys hasn't entered the portal. Arch Manning.
It's me knocking on wood. Just don't try and tempt anything. Let's take our first break here, Matt. When we come back, I want to get into the Texas basketball game versus UConn that happened on Friday night. It was more encouraging than we'd seen in some recent games. So we'll get a little into that and then get into some NFL talk as well. With the Cowboys season feeling like it has come to its conclusion that we knew it was going to come to. Tons of injuries across the NFL as well. The Texans still alive and their weight. The Colts get to have a fun little controversy now that isn't really a controversy, but they get to have it. So all of that fun stuff happening. coming up on the show here in hour 2. And of course, talking with you guys as well. Whatever you guys want to talk about, we try and keep up with you guys in the chat as well and on the text line. So we'll keep it going with you guys as we roll into hour 2 here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed, untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street. Hold the door for people behind us. Tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
Welcome back to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, Hour 2. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. Of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open, 512-222-9328. And, of course, over there on the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Yeah, hear the dog. It will be the Jerry Jones Hour very soon. Very soon we'll get to it. I want to talk a little Texas baseball first, Matt. Or Texas basketball, sorry. Texas basketball first. As Texas basketball lost to UConn 71-63 over the weekend, their 4th loss of the season, but felt very, very different than some of their losses so far. First off, UConn is a really, really good basketball team. So this felt better than when you lost to Arizona State in a game you should have won, but just made mistakes and didn't really play good basketball, and you end up losing that game to Arizona State. You lost to Duke. That one was maybe a little bit closer to this, but you really got shut out in the second half in that one, and it wasn't a game late. And, of course, the Virginia game, you just were never even in for Texas. Texas never in that game. This one, they were in till the very end. They felt like they were in this game. And really, your turning point in the game is Dalen. They had the ball. Texas has the ball. They've got the chance to cut the lead as they feel they're doing pretty well late in this game. As I pull up the actual exact time that this happens, that there is 4 minutes and 10 seconds left in the game. They're down by 5 with Dalen Swain at the free throw line. So you're saying you're plenty of time left in this game. This is where you can really try and make that run. Dalen Swain misses, once again, both free throws in a clutch situation. And Texas responds by coming down and playing really good defense. This is a big piece for Texas. They held UConn to 71 points. They played defense this whole game. They play really good defense. They get the ball forced out. Solo ball has to go back to near midcourt on the sideline and jack up a desperation three with the shot clock expiring. And he hits it. And it just let all the air out of Texas bench, let all the air out of the players on the floor. They come back down. They miss a layup on a quick attack by Simeon Wilcher. Ball gets pushed back up another three. And Texas has to call timeout because it just goes from, all right, you're 5 points down to now 11 points down in the matter of 40 seconds. It all just went downhill really fast. And really, the time between the first and second three-pointer for UConn was 16 seconds. So you were playing good defense. So within 20 seconds, you had played really good defense and almost got the ball back to see if you can go down. And even though, Swain missed those free throws, you still feel good about getting the ball back and getting another shot. And all of a sudden now it's 11 points. It's pretty insurmountable. They come back, miss a shot, but Tremo Mark gets a three-pointer, pulls it back into a little bit more. They fight back in this game, but at that point, they're just a little too far away for a really good UConn team, Matt. But we did see this team defense pick up a ton. Part of that is the referees let them play a lot more. Shockingly, if you don't call every foul, your guys are not in foul trouble, and their defense is better. So both sides of the ball. Now, that meant this was probably Modest's worst offensive game so far because he's been just living at the free throw line. He shoots 8 free throws in this game, but only 9 points for Modest Voikatitis. You really need a little bit more out of him in that game. Cam Heide plays 18 minutes, shoots 1 3, misses it. Just not effective in a game where he needed to be effective. Dalen Swain, only 9 points. But you saw Jordan Pope and Tremo Mark hit some shots, take some hard shots, play a little bit harder in that situation. Only 8 guys playing the game total. Kendall Weaver only gets 18 minutes in this game as well. We did see Simeon Wilcher play pretty well. We did see him get 2 steals in the game. You felt like he was playing pretty well defensively, that Wilcher maybe could step in that role, but Jordan Pope was really one of the only people that was doing anything offensively. And it just feels like you just have guys that can play defense or guys that can play offense, and the whole team cannot play either way. You really don't have a lot of guys who are either doing things both sides of the court. Dalen Swain needs to be one of those guys, and he just was not able to step up in that game. Modest Voikatitis not able to step up in that game. And if you have a couple more players play a little bit better in there, play a little tougher, I think Texas could have really walked away with a win. But that all being said, Matt, you end with an 8-point loss to a really good UConn team that you were in, and they hit a crazy three-pointer that if that doesn't go, it changes that game dramatically. Who knows what happens? So I think you can walk away with that and say, since the Virginia game, this team does have a shot to not be the worst team in the SEC. You say, okay, maybe they can win some of these games. Maybe they are going to show up sometimes. Now you're looking for consistency when we start SEC play in January.
Yeah, I was happy to see Simeon Wilcher be a major factor in this game. I've been kind of waiting for him to have a good one. A little disappointed with Cam Heide, a little disappointed with Lucina Traore, like not being able to get really involved offensively. Happy to see Jordan Pope play a solid game against a really good team. 15 points, 5 of 10 from the field. That was real solid. The thing that still gives me pause about this team, and obviously it's, you progress as a team, and what happened earlier in the season doesn't necessarily dictate what's going to happen for the rest of the season. But they've played 5 Power 4 teams now, or Power Conference teams now. Duke, Arizona State, NC State, Virginia, and UConn, and they're 1-4. So that doesn't give me a lot of hope in SEC play, but I am very encouraged by what I saw against UConn. I thought they were going to lose that game by 25, 30 points.
I did too.
So I think one thing that played a little bit of a role, at least in my opinion, it was a lot smaller of a rotation. There was only 8 guys that played. Mm-hmm. So maybe that's the answer going forward, is to tighten things up a little bit and, keep these rotations a little bit tighter. I don't know, but Cam Heidi has to be a factor in games like this. One shot is just 0 for 1. It's like he didn't have any impact on the game whatsoever, in my opinion. So
no, and he can't play defense well enough on the other side is the problem. Is he's he's an energy guy, but he's not necessarily a lockdown, go in there and bump with a guy, play defense. So when you're trying to play him at that power forward position, he just can't play defense at it. And so if he's not taking the shots, because he is a good 3-point shooter, but he just doesn't take the shots. Like, you have to be confident enough to go in there, and it doesn't feel like he has that confidence. He's always looking, he'd rather go to the bucket and get a big dunk, but they're just lining up on him. And by the time he realizes that the 3 was the right shot, it's gone. And a guy's right on you. So he's got to figure out what he wants to do offensively, because it feels like, again, in practice, he's playing good. And then he gets in these games and he's just not able to get it done. And he's had a couple games where he's gotten it going, but if he can't show up in SEC play, he's going to find himself in that diminished rotation. They want him to spread the floor because Traore and Nick Cody, who's not playing in this game, but when Nick Cody's healthy again, they just don't have jumpers. So they can't spread the floor and let Modest work inside. You're letting too many guys come down and bounce off and go inside and try and stop Modest Voikatitis, which has been your half-court offense for a lot of this season because no one else is really getting it going. You had 7 assists in the game. Not a great number. You'd like to be able to hit some better passes. So, and for Air the Dog, where it says it feels stagnant, it does. It feels like we probably should have let some of these players walk and tried to just go in the transfer portal and get somebody new and try and find some people that fit what Sean Miller wanted to do a little bit better. I don't know if that was – I don't know why we kept as many players as we did. I'll say that. I think Tremont Mark's a heck of a player. I think Kendall Weaver's a heck of a player. Jordan Pope can play basketball sometimes, but like they just don't seem to fit in what he wants to do. And you get Cam Heidi, and he's not fitting in what Sean Miller wants to do. And so it just doesn't feel like this roster was constructed in the way of what you needed. Maybe that's budget. Maybe that's players available. Maybe that's players not wanting to come to Texas. I can't tell you. There's lots of reasons why it ends up that way. But if Texas wants to have any shot at competing in the next 2 or 3 years with Sean Miller, you're going to have to figure out a way to get some of these players that are going to be difference makers in Sean Miller's offense. Because if they're not, if you can't find guys who can play 2 ways, and if everybody has these really big flaws in their game, then we're going to get worse, not better in the NIL era. And we will not be a relevant team. Like a top, we won't be a tournament team most of the years because like if we're not willing to spend with some of these tournament teams and SEC teams, it just there's very little it can do because you've got a bunch of players who are playing one-way basketball for most of the game. And you can't I don't know how you win when Jordan Pope can't play defense. And when Cam Heidi can't play defense, and they're supposed to bring you offense. And then Tremont Mark can play defense, but he's not always giving you offense. He played offense in this game. It's one of the reasons you're in it. Dalen Swain wasn't able to get his offense going in this one. So you just have to be able to figure out these guys to play. If you're going to shorten up your roster and have these guys play more minutes and run and do all of that, they got to be able to score and play defense. They played defense in this game. Hats off to them. They played defense. They held UConn to 71 points. So it was good on one end, but it's still, you're just going to have to keep improving. That hopefully this is a sign that they're improving as we go on because it's going to be a really long season if they don't. And I don't want people to lose all confidence that there's something to go because you also look at the recruits that Texas is getting. I think they're getting really good players. None of those players next season, I think, are going to be, oh my God, now Texas is a competitor. So now we have to go to the transfer portal. You're also losing a ton of players. You hope to keep Modest Voikatitis and get him better over a year. But I know we shouldn't already be looking at the next year when it's, we haven't even had SEC play. But this just doesn't feel like the team yet that we're going to get excited about.
No, it doesn't. But it does. It gives you a little bit of hope in this sense. If this team does play a complete game on both ends of the floor, which they haven't really done yet this year, in one of their 5 top games or whatever. But if they can manage to put a good game together on both ends of the floor and play a complete game, they can hang with anybody.
Yeah.
So that gives you a lot of hope.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Maybe they can figure that out by SEC play. because it's coming up sooner than people realize.
And Chan says, Chip says Pope isn't looking to pass the ball as point. Cam didn't get the ball. Look, I think Pope is in there, but there's a reason Pope's playing. He runs that offense better. And I know Chip's a big Cam Heide guy. Cam Heide has not been a good player in Texas so far. I hope he figures it out because everything I've talked to Purdue people about this, and they are saying really good things about him, but there's a reason why he was on the bench, which is he's very indecisive. And he's not necessarily getting to where he needs to get into Pope's vision and go find it. I agree Pope needs to be better too. I don't want to just put it on one person, but you're running an offense to try and get the ball to certain places. And like the real problem is your offense right now is basically Swain, Mark, and Pope handing the ball off to each other on short passes, looking for something to happen, and then they ditch the ball into Modest Voikatitis. So there's not a ton of actually, like there's more movement, so people are watching it, like, and they're like, oh, they're moving better than they were moving, but there's not the off-ball movement that needs to be there better. You got to get tries. You got to try and set screens off ball. You got to try and do this, and it just doesn't feel like that's really figured out yet with this offense. I think it'll get better. But yeah, no one's passing because again, on a good team, it can't just be Pope who's trying to hit guys because the defense will be set and he can't find them. So I like him to try and find guys more. I'd like him to be able to drive and distribute, but they just haven't, that's not really Pope's game. He's a scorer. He's a shooting guard. And so he isn't a drive and distribute guy. And neither is Tramel Mark and neither is Dalen Swain. And Cam Heide needs two of those guys on the roster. So it just, again, not really a fit. It's a fit with the system, but not with the players in the system. And that's why this team is frustrating to watch at times because there's just so many conflicting things happening at the same time.
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, hair of the dog, I get it. Ifs, ands, and buts don't win games. It's just, it does give you hope that you compete against a team that's a national championship contender.
Your hope is at the end of the season that this team does put together some more of those games. Because even this, like, again, I'm not banking on us being a tournament team or having any real luck in the tournament this year. So that's not necessarily, I just want to see the team look like a decent team by the end of the year. I want to see some of the younger guys play better by the end of the season. So we have a chance to go, okay, these are the guys we need to keep. This is what we need to figure out to move forward. It's more for that already. I know it's December. We shouldn't be this depressed about our team. But it just doesn't feel like the team works together, and it doesn't feel like the team and the system work together. And as much as Simeon Wilcher is playing better, he still does make a lot of mistakes. And so Wilcher's kind of, he's a guy that will get into a doghouse sometimes. He had 2 turnovers in the game. Dalen Swain, 5 turnovers in the game. Just didn't have a good game. A lot of those guys just didn't have good games, and Texas was still hanging in it because their defense. But if their offense played better, again, ifs, ands, and buts, then we would be there. All right, Matt, let's talk a little NFL action now, and we'll start off with the Cardinals and the Texans before we get to the Vikings and the Cowboys. But the Cardinals and the Texans played their matchup, and the Texans did what they had to do with a 20-point win. We're able to score early. We're able to score often. A lot of field goals in this game for the Texans. Nice to have a field goal kicker hit your field goals for Kaimi Fairbairn. But it starts to feel a little bit more like this Texans offense is starting to figure out a few things. We saw the rookie Jawar Jordan playing his first game. I know he was drafted a year ago, but he's been on the practice squad. He had 15 carries for 101 yards. Had a 50-yard run in there, which helps. But, he had 15 carries for 101 yards. He played really well out of that backfield. He's not quite the blocker that you would be with Woody Marks, but Woody Marks averaged 4.3 yards per carry as well in that game before he had some injuries with the knee problem, and they held him out because Jordan was running the ball well enough. We did see them at a point hand the ball to Jordan, get the ball down to the 1-yard line, and then try and run a trick play that didn't work and knock it back to like the 10-yard line. And you're like, just keep handing the ball. How hard is this? You're running up the middle for like 4 or 5 yards a carry, and then you just don't do that when you get to the goal line. I don't get why they stopped doing it. It was still working over and over again. And So it was frustrating at that point. We knew the defense was going to be there. They got a little bit lapsed in the start of the second half. It felt like the defense maybe slowed down a little bit, and Arizona was able to get some points on them. But overall, once again, a good game for the Texans. Mario Edwards, the defensive tackle, though, does suffer a burst pec. Sounds painful. He'll be out for the season now, so they're going to have to replace that. But overall, again, 22 for 29 for 260 and 3 touchdowns for C.J. Stroud. He only takes 1 sack in the game. He is starting to learn more of not trying to be the hero. And we saw him at points get out and throw the ball away, get out and take a check down. He saw the blitzes coming when Indy and or when Arizona was bringing different blitzes. It was just getting the ball out a little bit quicker. So it's good to see that. I know this isn't a good Arizona team, but you want to be able to see your team beat those, because we saw some other teams that maybe weren't playing well against bad teams. So,
yeah. It's amazing what happens when you can protect CJ Stroud and allow him to be a little bit comfortable, right?
Yeah.
This is probably the second or third best game he's played all year. You probably look at the Baltimore game and the 49ers game is the other two that really stick out. This was one of his best games. And, when your quarterback can operate like that and you're able to run the football effectively, it's amazing how much more, dynamic your offense can be. So I get it's the Cardinals, but you take it if you're the Texans after some of the offensive showings that you've had so far this year.
You still got to win the games you got to win.
Yeah. So I feel pretty good about them right now for sure.
Unfortunately, we did see the Jags have no problem with the Jets win 48-20. If you had either Trevor Lawrence or Etienne on your team, they helped you win in fantasy football for sure. But they are keeping the division lead now with 10-4. The Colts did lose a game to the Seahawks in a crazy moment of going back and forth in that at the end of the game with the field goal attempts, and the Seahawks able to get that last second field goal, move down the field just enough to be able to get that last second field goal to go ahead and knock off the Colts and Phillip Rivers' re-debut. He is now 5 more years away from being in the Pro Football Hall of Fame if he's ever getting in. Didn't have a bad game. Wasn't the worst, for a guy who popped back from being out of the game for so long to go 18 for 27 for 120 with a touchdown and interception. Not terrible. I think other players would have done worse. We do know Riley Leonard should be healthy next week. And then we saw the report today that Anthony Richardson is healthy and cleared by doctors, Matt. Does this matter at all? Or is it Phillip Rivers' team to try and go finish out the season? They're still in it. They're not dead because they still play. I believe they play the Jags twice, at least when they play us in the Jags again. So they have some games against AFC South teams. They play the 49ers, Jags, and Texans. So if they can stay alive, then they have a chance to at least beat one of us and get some more wins and knock us down. What do you think about the quarterback position for the Colts, Matt?
I don't really like Phillip Rivers, so I don't really think it's that cool. But good for him. They still lost. Maybe he'll get better as the year goes on. I don't anticipate him making that much of a difference. Do you want to hear the updated AFC playoff picture?
Yeah, sure.
As of right now, the Denver Broncos have a 100% chance to make the playoffs. The Bills and the Patriots are both at 99%. The Jaguars at 98%. The Texans, 95% chance to make the playoffs now.
I like that.
You'd love to see it.
I'd still like to win the division, but, whatever we do, we get in the playoffs, you get in the playoffs, you get a chance to go win some games. The Broncos did beat the Packers. In that game, we saw Micah Parsons go down with a torn ACL, which you hate to see for Micah Parsons. No fun there for him. We saw Patrick Mahomes going to be out for a while now as well with the torn ACL. So both those guys going down with major injuries is just not stuff you want to see at this late in the season. You don't want to see guys go down. Did you get to see any of the Panthers Saints finish?
I did not.
That the Saints, the Panthers, who get the gift of the Bucks being terrible right now and just keep losing these games and lost to the Falcons on Thursday Night Football. There was a tie game. Kicking the ball back to the Saints. Saints start coming down. Tyler Shuck starts leading the way. All they need, there's like 10 seconds left in the game or so. So Shuck decides, all right, I'm going to run a quarterback sneak. We're going to call a quarterback draw for Shuck. Come up the middle, slide, get us like 6 more yards, 5-6 more yards because no one's going to be there. So they think you're throwing the football to the outside because we don't have another timeout. But run, immediately hand the ball to the ref. We'll spike it. We'll kick a field goal. We can win the game, right? Gives a couple more yards closer. He goes to do that. He slides, and the Panthers hit him. 15 more yards and a stop clock. So it ends up where the Saints are able to kick a field goal to win the game and be 4-10. I'm sure the Saints ownership is like, stop winning. Kellen Moore, come on, man. How do you not know the drill? But the Panthers now 7-7, don't get a lead on the Bucks, who are also 7-7. And when you're playing the Saints, they both played the lower end of that division, and they both lost. That division is garbage.
Yeah, nobody deserves to win this division.
No.
They should keep it. This is like the big, or not the Big 12. This is like the ACC. None of them deserve to make it, so don't let any of them in.
Don't let any of them in. Not a one of them.
Not one of them.
Speaking of not getting in, the Cowboys lost to the Vikings 34-26. This is the defense once again just coming back to bite you. Offensively, some issues as well. The Javonte Williams injury in the first half did not help, that he was out for a little bit. But Dak Prescott, 23 of 38 for 294, but cannot throw a touchdown pass in the game. Just doesn't necessarily work the way it wants. Still some more questions for George Pickens, 3 receptions for 33 yards. It feels like he's starting to give up on more and more plays. And I don't know why. I don't know why after last week, when I understand last week, you get thrown into the number 1 position. You don't like being double covered. You feel the ball's not coming your way. So you're kind of pulling up on routes. Once you watch that film back, Matt, once you watch back the film of, oh man, I could have had that one. Oh man, I didn't realize I could have, I could have gotten open on that one. Once you realize that, and they're trying to force the ball your way, how do you come out the next week and do it again in single coverage?
This was always the risk that you were going to take with George Pickens.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know why I don't know why anybody would be surprised by it. You know who's not surprised that the Cowboys lost to the terrible Vikings? This guy. They now have a less than 1% chance to make the playoffs, by the way.
Yeah.
Surely they're going to finish 8-1, like I predicted, which means they're going to they're going to lose to the Chargers this next game, and then they're going to win their next 2 games against the Commanders and the Giants because they're just awful.
Yeah, Jane Daniels has now been shut down for the year as well, so they announced that today.
And I don't think Jerry Jones was right about anything, hair of the dog. He made all these trades to make their defense better, and they just gave up 34 points to JJ Dog Doo-Doo McCarthy.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing is, I think, there was positives out of what Jerry Jones did this year, but it also didn't really fix anything because I think George Pickens fixed some things. I think even though he's causing problems and everything else, I think making a trade for another wide receiver instead of going into another season without a secondary wide receiver, that was a good move. I like bringing Quinn Williams, But once you brought in Quinnen Williams, it's like, well, you just traded Micah for Quinnen.
Basically.
And that's fine, but now you're going to have to pay somebody else. And now you have a bunch of defensive linemen. You have a bunch of defensive tackles because you just paid Odi Gazua. You just traded for Kenny Clark. So you ended up with Kenny Clark and Quinnen Williams when you, after a season, you just paid Odi Gazua. So it didn't really make sense what they were doing. And we see the results are this is a team that should be playing to be in an NFC championship game. That is what Jerry Jones has set the expectations to. And everyone's like, oh, maybe they can make the playoffs. And it's how he tricks you into it. But he is, and, you know, the Trayvon Diggs story now, Matt, that Trayvon Diggs is saying that he is healthy and ready to play. And Jerry Jones is saying he is not healthy enough to play. I don't know why you're asking me that question. He's not healthy enough to play. We go, well, they're asking you because the guy himself said he is. So someone's got to tell us what's happening. And also, nobody believes you, Jerry. We know you will lie to our faces. So it does feel they're in a weird place with 3 games to go now. If you are running this team, Matt, and you're coming out, what do you do for the Cowboys for the rest of the season? You're out. You're done now. I know you're the 0.5% chance or whatever you have to make the playoffs. You're done because the Eagles have to lose all 3 of their next games. So you'll know before you play next if you're done or not. So the Eagles win on Saturday. It's over, right? But for this Cowboys team with 3 games left to go, is there a part of you that doesn't want to be 500? That wants to say, screw it, let's try and at least give ourselves a little bit better of a draft pick because we still need to get some more guys on this team. So let's maybe, you know, be a little okay with playing some other players, not necessarily going full force. If you're the Cowboys, where you stand now after 2 games of George Pickens kind of not being fully there after being the guy for, like, his good track record was much more than his bad track record. But his bad track record is the last 2 games, so it's somewhat surprising and somewhat not in a good place. Do you come out and say, do you still think you re-sign George Pickens, or do you let him walk? Say that draft pick's gone and that was George Pickens. He was good for us for a year. What do you do, Matt, if you're the Cowboys now that your season is basically over again and you didn't necessarily have the hopes before the season? Maybe internally it did, but outside the noise was that it probably wasn't going to be a great season. What do you go and try and look at for these last 3 weeks and in the offseason?
I mean, here's the thing about the draft pick. As it stands right now, Dallas has the number 14 pick in the first round.
Yeah.
And the number 23 pick in the first round because of the Green Bay pick. If you lose out, you probably still aren't a top 10 pick. You're very borderline because Kansas City's sitting at 11 at 6-8. Minnesota's number 12 at 6-8. Atlanta's 5-9. They're at number 10. Cincinnati's at number 9 at 4-10. Washington's at 4-10. You're not getting ahead of the majority of those teams, regardless.
Yeah.
Especially since you play Washington if they beat you. So you're probably still going to be in the 11 to 14 range.
What happens if you win out?
If you win out, like Detroit is number 17 at 8-6. I feel like they're going to win a couple more games. Carolina's probably going to win again. Baltimore's probably going to win again. I don't know if Indy will win again. They're at 18. And then there's all the playoff teams right now, so you can't really count those into the equation as of yet. I don't know. Like I feel like you should re-sign George Pickens. I wouldn't give him big money, but I'd give him enough where he would stick around potentially. I feel like you have to make another trade at some point this offseason for somebody to get more draft capital. Trevon Diggs for like I don't know, would anybody give you like a 5th round pick for him? Maybe. I don't know. You kind of have a log jam at defensive tackle. So can you trade Kenny Clark again after trading for him this season? I don't know. Maybe you trade Odigizua and try and get some draft capital there, because you need to find some way to help your secondary. You got to fix your horrible linebacker play, because Logan Wilson has done nothing to improve that linebacker room. Kenneth Murray is an absolute train wreck right now. I don't know if anybody saw that play where he went completely the wrong direction on the goal line.
Always bad. He runs
It was
around
so
the edge,
bad.
and it's a run up the middle.
Yeah. I would pay George Pickens. I would hope that Jeremiah Love falls to me at like 13 or 14. I'd use the other pick for a defensive back and then see what happens.
Hope that Demo being there for a full season maybe helps you out a little bit more if he can stay healthy.
Yeah.
Dude, Demo had that one tackle, though, on Hawkinson. It was a really good tackle on Hawkinson where it was like for a first down there at the end of the game, and he just completely stops him and pulls him backwards to not get the touchdown in that play. Like, I think that was big.
You have to make sweeping changes on the defense in one way or the other.
Yeah. It feels like Eberflus is going to be gone too, so you're going to have to go another defensive coordinator, which is what would be your fourth in 4 years.
Maybe, yeah.
Quinn, Zimmer, Eberflus, and then whoever, right? Does that sound right?
Yeah. That's bad.
Yeah, no, I mean, because you're building no consistency. You're changing schemes. You're changing whatever you do. I know that, they were happy running the 5 down linemen because it's a technique of, all right, we have all these great defensive linemen. The problem is if teams can pass on you and you can't generate the pass rush that you want with 5 defensive linemen, then they can just eat you up in the zone coverage. And that's teams are just kind of doing that more and more.
Yeah, you have to have elite linebacker play too. And
yes.
They've just had dog water linebacker play.
Because it's like you're stopping the run, but you let J.J. McCarthy throw for 250.
Mm-hmm.
J.J. McCarthy should not be throwing for 250 on you.
No, J.J. McCarthy shouldn't be throwing for 250 on anybody.
So, I mean, that's where the question is like, I know it's new into it, and it depends on where you come out of it and what picks, you end up actually having. It doesn't seem like they're going to change too much now, but this is for Dallas. I know Jerry Jones ain't going to say it because Jerry Jones is going to say, well, I think all these, we've seen crazy things happen here. Crazy things happen for the Dallas Cowboys. So he'll come out and give whatever great speech of why they're still just in as much as they were into it by week 1. Be just as good before they, get knocked out by the Eagles game next weekend. But yeah, I don't know what you look at because it feels like you're still so many pieces away. And Javonte Williams has been a good pickup. But yeah, if you could pair him with a rookie running back next year that could actually play, the fact that, we look at some other teams and Woody Marks is playing really well for the Texans. And you go like, oh, you could have had him.
Mm-hmm.
Could have had him. And then, looking across just fully defensively, with Deron Bland and Trayvon Diggs and that secondary, is it a coaching thing or is it you just don't have any of those players? At one point they were better players. Is it the atmosphere? Is it like, I think Brian Schottenheimer's made growth on the offense, but I don't know about defensively if that would be the case. So it feels like the offense maybe is not what you have to focus on. If you keep George Pickens, after this season, is Javonte Williams signed a multi-year deal?
I wouldn't sign him to a multi-year deal.
Well, no, but did he when he came in? Was it a 1-year deal?
Oh, no, it's a 1-year deal.
Yeah, I mean, I would try and I would still keep him just solely in the fact of it's better than anything else you've had recently.
Yeah. Here's an issue I have with the defense, by the way.
Yeah.
You let J.J. McCarthy throw for 250.
Yeah.
Against teams with pulses his senior year of college. Nebraska, he threw for 156. Minnesota, he threw for 219. Penn State, he threw for 60. Ohio State, he threw for 148. Iowa, he threw for 147. Alabama, 221. Washington, 140. He never played well against good defenses in college.
No.
He hasn't played well against good defenses in the NFL. He's like, how do you let that guy absolutely piece you up?
Because that's what they've done all season, though.
Yeah, and Trent Dilfer got to the Super Bowl, and so did Rex Grossman. That doesn't mean they're good quarterbacks.
No, I'm with it. All right, let's take our second break real quick, Matt. We'll come back. We'll talk about Monday Night Football. Big matchup tonight. Quinn Ewers sitting on the bench during this matchup. We'll get into that here in just a little bit. Also want to, I'm going to talk a little NBA for you, Matt. Just a little bit. We'll get a little bit. We'll get to our meathead of the day as well as we're continuing down on a Monday afternoon edition of Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their two flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hey y'all, I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, wrapping up here on a Monday afternoon. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us here on this Monday. A whole bunch of good stuff coming up this week as we get closer to the college football playoffs. A little bit more transfer portal news all week long, I'm sure. Hopefully nothing as dire or drastic as we got today. Was not what we wanted to see. But yeah, we'll continue on that, getting us closer to the Citrus Bowl as well. But Matt, did you see the Spurs over the weekend on Saturday? NBA Cup action. The Spurs knock off Oklahoma City, only the Oklahoma City's second loss of the season, with a 111-109 win in the NBA Cup semifinals. They will now play tomorrow night against the New York Knicks for the NBA Cup. Victor Wembanyama did come back for this game. He did not start, but he did play 21 minutes, had 22 points, and of course had to add in, 2 more blocks and the rebounds and assists and all of that good stuff that he brings, plus 21 on his plus minus for Victor Wembanyama when he's on the court, the difference he makes. But we saw a Spurs team that is really stepping up, Matt, and it feels fun that this is a team that has lost a lot recently and been in the bottom edge of basketball for the last several years. And someone that really was like, this is the year we're going to try and step up and take that step forward. And so as much as the NBA Cup is not really the biggest deal in the world, it does feel like something nice for a Spurs team to help show them how to win some big games against good opponents and get that win. It was really good to see and see how happy you're making some of these young players that they're being able to see the success early in their career.
That's a big win. You kept the Thunder from going 81-1, which I really appreciate. Oklahoma City has lost 2 games now this year by an average of 2 points.
Yes.
That's crazy.
They're really good.
This feels like the NBA's worst nightmare right now. The number 1 team in the East is the Detroit Pistons, and the number 1 team in the West is the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah, they're not thrilled with these big market teams. Now, Lakers are playing well. Lakers are entertaining, so I think they're okay with that one. But
yeah, but after who did Oklahoma City play in the finals last year? Indiana. So if they play Detroit this year in the finals, the NBA is going to make drastic changes to something. You can almost feel it.
We're changing that CBA up again. You know how we tried to make it a little bit more even with the aprons so that people couldn't just have these ridiculous.
No more salary cap.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, no, sorry, we're going back to where these teams can just have massive dynasties on the coast when they're willing to pay the taxes, and we're gonna let Steve Ballmer just throw his money down the toilet. They canceled a practice the other day. The Clippers did. Clippers canceled a practice because they were like, oh, some of the players weren't available. Like, oh, some of them. I wonder which 2 it could be that were unavailable. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and go, it's Kawhi Leonard and James Harden that weren't available for you. You are the least disciplined team on the planet. Craziness.
I'm happy for the Spurs though. That's a big win.
It is. It's a very big win. They play the next game on Tuesday. They have not said whether they will be whether Wemby will be starting. He clearly can play again though, coming back. He wants to start, but they're kind of trying to limit his minutes. So Luke Cornett is still getting that start. Luke Cornett's been playing pretty good defense as well and hanging in there for you. He's definitely not the offensive threat that Victor Wembanyama is. He was 1 for 3 for 2 points. So maybe not the offensive threat of a Victor Wembanyama.
Maybe not.
But yeah, you can tell Wemby wants to play. He wants to get in there. But they're definitely going to.
Everybody believed in the Oklahoma City Thunder last year, Sooner Cowboys. What do you mean?
Yeah, I think everybody believed in them, and especially once you get to the end. But we thought Oklahoma City was really good. Look, you can get mad all you want. Oklahoma Sooner Cowboys. Who is your best running back? Who is the quarterback for your team? And are either one of them good football players right now? Because you know the answer to both of those are no and no. There's no good running backs, and Mateer is not a good quarterback. I get your defense is good, but your offense is garbage.
Yeah, everybody wanted Indiana to win because Oklahoma City is so boring. But they're clearly the best team in the NBA. Everybody knew that.
Apparently, Sooner Cowboys Thunder fans come on our show and then just try and make fun of us, even though we beat y'all this year. So that's why we wanted Indiana to win. We don't know anybody from Indiana. We wanted them. And plus, Tyrese Haliburton, that was a fun team to watch. Oklahoma City's so boring to watch. They're so good. It's just not fun to watch. 'Cause they're too good. So it's not really fun. It's just a team that's better than everybody, but they're not like just running down the court and making great plays. Yeah. Yeah, it is a lot of fun to watch that. But yeah, it was really good to see the Spurs come back with a win at the NBA Cup action. So that game is on Tuesday night now. If you want to see it tomorrow night, you'll be able to see Spurs and Knicks at 7:30 on Prime Video. That we'll finally get to it. New York is a 2.5-point favorite in this game right now, though. But OKC was a favorite, and the Spurs got the win. So see if the Spurs can pull off something, try and get a win. I saw Bill Schoening post something today that he was laughing at that after he left the Longhorns, the baseball team for Texas won the national championship in 2002. When Bill Schoening went to go to work for the Spurs, Bill Schoening has left the Spurs as the radio announcer now, and he's like, yeah, now they can be good again. Apparently I'm the curse. Matt, let's get to our meathead of the day today. No shocker who our meathead of the day is today, Matt. We all know what it was because somebody didn't win the Heisman Trophy, which is not hugely surprising. He had a really good season, but a lot of the times the Heisman Trophy goes to the person who wins the most games. It's kind of like the reason why there's just quarterbacks. There's weird abstract rules to Heisman voting, and they want your team to be one of the best teams in the country, and they want you to be the quarterback on the best team in the country. And who that would be Fernando Mendoza right now, who is undefeated. And then, look, I can say there's arguments for everybody else, but he's not a guy who played for a team that did not make the playoffs. And maybe that's why you didn't win. And it's pretty much that simple. But here is that Vanderbilt quarterback after the Heisman ceremony, handling New York City in a loss with class, with dignity and passion. Oh, yeah, there he is. There's Diego Pavia dancing around, pointing at a sign that may or may not, Matt, say F Indiana.
Yeah. Nobody likes Diego Pavia that has respect for college football. He and his family are blights on the game. And here's the deal. Like, anybody that was saying Diego Pavia should win the Heisman doesn't understand how the Heisman works. I get it's supposed to go to the most outstanding player in college football or whatever the actual, description of the trophy is. But you're right. There are abstract rules to winning this award now. It didn't always used to be that way. You either had to do something incredible, like set some kind of all-time record, or be one of the best players in the country, or both. Like Ricky Williams won it because he broke the all-time rushing records and had arguably the greatest season that a running back has ever had in college football history. But now, if you don't make the playoff, you're not going to win it, unless with Travis Hunter, he did something unbelievably different than anybody else had ever done in college football history. But the Heisman Trophy was down to two players, and it was decided in the Big Ten championship game. Whoever won that game was going to win the Heisman Trophy. Diego Pavia never had a chance once they didn't make the playoff. Never had a chance.
Yeah.
And that's just the fact of the matter. And he's responding to it like I knew he would respond to it. Had Johnny Manziel not won the Heisman Trophy, that's exactly what he would have done.
Yeah. No, I mean, he also posted on Instagram, F them voters for not voting. And then he did apologize afterwards when I think most likely Clark Lee called him and said, hey, man, do you want to play in the NFL? Do you want to have any future after this? Stop doing what you're doing. Because every future employer is watching this. And they're all going, oh, I don't want somebody who's going to give me a PR nightmare. Like, I don't mind somebody who is outspoken or who is going to be kind of quirky and go out and have some fun. But if you are always going to be like too far on all of these lines where traditionalist football fans are not going to be a fan of you, you can't go too far all the time. So this does feel like just another one of just Pavia. Like, we look back at like Jameis Winston as somebody who made some mistakes and it got really, really roasted over the coals for those and his pre-draft and everything else. But he was a bigger quarterback, which, by the way, Pavia looked tiny at the Heisman ceremony.
5'8",
which you're like, okay, there's not 5'8" quarterbacks in the NFL. They just aren't. So I don't know what he's going to end up doing next year. I could imagine he is going to be somebody that tries to go to the NFL. They basically tell him he can be on a practice squad. And then he's going to say, screw that, and go to the XFL or go, whatever the other brand is, or the CFL, and pretend that he can go make that a big thing. The thing that I think is the funniest is that Vanderbilt, for so long, was not relevant in college football because they were nerds. And the one person they finally get to represent them is Diego Pavia.
And he's the biggest try-hard in college football history. You would think that the quarterbacks who saw what happened to Shedeur Sanders last year would take that as a lesson and be like, well, maybe if I at least act professional when
Maybe
the cameras are
humble.
rolling and I act humble, I will have a better opportunity for somebody to take a chance on me. I mean, Dylan Gabriel's like 5'8". He's in the NFL. I mean, he's listed at 6 foot, but there's no way he is. If you act like Dylan Gabriel and you approach the game like Dylan Gabriel, you're going to have an opportunity to make it.
That's true.
But if you do it like Diego Pavia, you're going to get left out in the cold, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
You can have a personality. You can do all this stuff. You can still be out even partying, being, doing stuff that I personally would think would be a bad look, and no one's really going to bat an eye. But you can't do it and then also be like, I hate everybody, and you're all assholes, and I'm the victim. That's not going to go over as well because you're just not quite good enough and talented enough to get over that hump to be able to do that too.
Yeah.
All right. We got to get out of here, Matt. We'll come back tomorrow. Hopefully only positive news tomorrow as we continue down a week before the college football playoffs. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back here tomorrow for more from Open Gym.